Oh, we are live from the historical Degas house. I have to bring my volume from down up to down since the lovely Mattis with a T told me I'm a little on the loud side. But we are at the Fastport Studios in a beautiful Crescent City. This is Road Gang Radio with our lovely host, the man himself, Jimmy Mack. And I think Brad's hanging out. Is that who that is? Oh, yeah, that's Brad Bentley. Hey, man, good morning.
Brad Bentley is here as well. Of course, he of Fastport, president of Fastport, and big thanks to him because, after all, we're at the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas house of RadioNemo. Fastport, by the way, solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and most of all, they do it through people. After all, that's what it's about. From registered apprenticeship to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Big thanks to all of you out there, by the way, who are on the Tube of You, who are on the Book of Face, who are at Audacity, listening on iHeart, and, of course, 365. We hope you guys are all kind of digging in and enjoying yourself. We'll be bouncing over in just short order to check on the Tube of You and to see what the comment section is like. Hope you guys are enjoying yourself. People are already jumping in, Brad. The magic number is 615-292-6366. Get into the conversation. It could not have happened, by the way, it could not have happened to a nicer country. And I mean that literally, by the way, because this isn't a good thing. If this is going to happen, it's better it happens in Norway, by the way. A national lottery operator in Norway apologized after at least, dig this, 47,000 people who won small amounts were mistakenly told they had won much more. Norsk Tipping, that in fact is his real name, sent a text message to 47,000 players in the country, informing them that their reported prize amounts of the Euro jackpot drawing had been mistakenly inflated due to an error in currency conversion. You see, this is what I'm talking about, the unpredictability of the economy. They can't fix numerical values on what the currency is these days. So all these people, 47,000 to be precise, got told they won more than they actually did.
Well, they got the right guy in charge with the last name Tipping, right?
I mean, that's what I actually thought. What Tipping explained was that the prize amounts it receives from Germany are given in euros, which are then converted to the Norwegian. What's their currency called? Do you remember? I think it's the same as Denmark.
Kroner.
It's the kroner, yeah. It's the kroner, yeah. And Brad, by the way, knows that because he is international traveler, Brad Bentley. The error occurred during a conversion for the recent Euro jackpot drawing when the number of euros was multiplied by 100 instead of being divided. Ole Friedrichs-Veen, by the way, that is SVEEN 53. I really empathize because he's the same age as me. One of the players who received the correction said he was initially told he had won 1.2 million kroner, about $119,000, but he learned his prize was only 125 kroner, or $12.40. Holy mackerel. You could have been really unlucky and spent a large amount of money, then found out it wasn't true, Sveen told The Guardian. Like I said, couldn't have happened to a nicer country. But thankfully, we kept our heads cool and realized it wasn't meant to be this time either. Norsk Tipping apologized for the error, you think, saying none of the incorrect prize amounts had actually been paid out. If I'd been paid out, I'm like, it's mine. Yeah. That's you. That's
good luck getting it back.
I mean, that is really a good. You're absolutely right. That's a good luck getting it back. And I'm not kidding, by the way. And Brad Bentley joins me this morning. That's the truth, isn't it? I mean, those countries are incredibly nice. I mean, the Scandinavian countries are incredibly nice. Can you imagine if that had happened in Alabama?
No, we know that's my home state. One of the few that still doesn't have a lottery, but I could just see absolute chaos if something happened. Once they ever put that in effect, and you got a lot of winners, and then tell them that you got to get your money back. Good luck.
Oh, well, that's the thing too. It wasn't paid out, but like I said, it's also a country in which people often react in better ways than. There's a lot of great stuff about us here in the United States. One of them is impatience with things that aren't right. It's also one of the biggest problems with things in this country, impatience with things that aren't right, because we want, and we want it now. You remember the whole thing with Domino's, 30 minutes for free?
Sure.
They had to get rid of that because it was turning into Death Race 2000. I mean, that's the absolute truth. Hey, guys, welcome, by the way, to Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo. we're so thrilled that you guys can be here this morning. We got a really great show for you. I'm really excited, by the way, that Gary Graff is going to return. I don't know if you were here for that or listened to that before. He did the best albums of the 80s. Well, we're talking about the best albums of the 90s as well, too. 91 by itself is a monster.
Agreed.
Because we got a little Even Flow, we got a little Thing Smelling Like Teen Spirit.
Nirvana, yeah.
Yeah, Garth Brooks lurks around in that particular year. Blood, Sugar, Sex, and Magic. I mean, you know that album, don't you know? Out of Time. Mark Cohn was famous for about 15 minutes, with Silver Thunderbird and Walking in Memphis. Yeah. And that's just one year. Yeah. These books are extraordinary. Gary Graff is extraordinary. He's going to be joining us at 9:30 in the center, 7:30 in the west, by the way. We are going to have us another recruiter roundtable. We're thrilled about that because our friends from Bennett are going to be on the scene. I talked to Polly Trotter of Bennett, and I bring all this stuff up to you guys, by the way, because she might be coming down as well. We just posted this. Fastport posted it as well. We want to make this really clear. It's an open invitation. If you do want to come, though, if you weren't sent the invitation directly, we'd love to have you. Just reach out to us at weekends@radionemo.com so we can give you the details about dress code and all that kind of stuff. It's casual, don't worry. It isn't going to be like you got to wear a suit. Nobody has to wear a suit in New Orleans in July. Just trust me on that. And if you wear a suit, unless it's a seersucker, well, man, you're out of your mind, by the way. You excited?
Yeah, I got a message back this morning. You mentioned Scandinavian countries. Jimmy Mack and I were over there, February, I guess it was. We were in Copenhagen, and two of the people who were on the trip with us are both coming. Meg O'Grady from National University, and I heard from Jessica Randazza-Pate from Nurable. She's coming down on the 23rd, and is excited about it.
That's fantastic. By the way, many of you guys out there listening, veterans, many of you guys are international travelers, having done your service overseas or having, finally gotten to the point where you own your own destiny, and many of you take vacations over there. Copenhagen, that whole area, those are shipping countries. There's no other way to describe the Scandinavian. Those are shipping. That's what their bread and butter is.
Largest shipping company in the world, Maersk, is based in Copenhagen.
Yeah, and it was one of the big questions because when we went, Dean Croak point blank asked me. He said, "Hey, dude, are you?" We didn't say it like that. He said, "Hey, dude, you going to go over there and check out the the facilities?" I'm like, I ain't got enough time for that. But next time I go, I'm definitely doing that. So, but our friends from Bennett, who have been such good friends to us, by the way, are going to be joining us because Pastor John, in just a little bit, is going to be giving you the good word. The Recruiter Roundtable is Bennett. Jason Brady, Bennett family of companies, is going to be joining us to talk about, what it is they're looking for, but also, as we did before, the Recruiter Roundtable is not just a matter of what they're looking for. The Recruiter Roundtable is how you can find what you're looking for as well. It's tips for recruiters and companies looking for the best possible prospects. As I said, 615-292-6366, and that means folks are calling. Phone Master Dre, what do you say? Who do we got on the phone today?
Well, I'm going to jump in real quick. We had Butterbean call earlier.
I
told that man.
He called 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, call me back. What happened? He
isn't on the phone.
Yeah, no, Mark's calling right now, but I'm just saying.
Butterbean,
Dramatic silence for Butterbean. All right, Mark, come on in and get us all happy here, my friend. Where you at?
Good morning. I'm fine. And how is it? Is it a high in the middle and round on both ends, or does the sun shine bright in my own Kentucky home?
It's bright here in the Buckeye.
Ah, thought so. Still early. So bright in the Buckeye.
Early. Yep.
What is happening, brother? Hey, are you a lottery player?
Yes.
That's okay.
I knew it.
Well, I don't know what
Not
this
very
thing.
often.
I love how people apologize for. What do you? I mean, I am convinced that the reason I don't buy my ticket yet is I know when I get the urge to buy one, that's my night. That's my shot. That's the one where I win it. Yep. Phone Master.
As long as you're not spending on the mortgage, man, we're good to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah.
And by the way, since most of them are, I mean, let's face it. The University of Georgia's. I don't know if you know this, Madison, but UGA. I mean, you were over in Savannah, but UGA is one of the top 50 universities in the country, which makes it one of the top 50 in the world. Florida is in the top 50, as is Vanderbilt. There are 3 SEC schools that are in the top 50 universities in the world. All other than Vanderbilt, the other 2, lottery.
Yeah.
Lotteries created those. Straight up created those. And by the way, if you are making a choice to buy that ticket, you're also mostly funding education and research in your state or in your local region. So You're doing your part.
Yeah, Hope scholarships, right, for Georgia.
Yeah,
That was it.
that's what I got. I mean, they basically gave away the store in the late '80s to get a whole bunch of SAT high scores to come to the university from around the country and change the entire environment. Went from the biggest party school in the United States to one of the most highly ranked universities in the world. So
Still a good party school.
It's a great party
awesome
school.
for music. And
It's-
some of those albums are going to pop up on that 90s list.
And-
I am confident.
Oh,
Yep.
confident. Let me tell you something, dude. Out of Time is there. Out of Time is on that list. So, Mark, have you ever won anything that you've entered?
Ooh.
$80.
Nice.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, there was one night just down the block from here. I was over at Molly's in the Market drinking my ass off. And these girls ran in and said, "Hey, man, Gina just won the double bonus on the video poker." I'm like, "Yeah, so what? She won $2,000. She's buying a round." The most exciting round I've ever had in my life. $2,000.
Now, Mark, real quick question. How much
Won't
did you
let-
spend to get that $80?
No, don't ask that way. No.
I had to be that guy.
28 to get the 80.
Oh,
That's not
okay.
bad.
All right.
Yeah.
That's-
Judgment-free
I-
zone here.
It was when 649 in Ontario, when 649, I think they still have the combo plays, but I did a 8-number combo play.
Well, then no need to say sorry, man, because you're doing good.
Hey, man, and by the way, we're all chaotic neutral here since we're all D&D nerds, and being chaotic neutral means never having to say you're sorry. Mark, thank you for the phone call. It's good to hear from you.
Not a problem.
All right, my friend, take care. Who do I got next?
Oh, man, we got a Florida man in the house. Jody!
Jody in the house. What's going on, Jody?
What is going on? How y'all doing?
I'm hanging in there, man. Hanging in there, fighting off the Gators and the Wolverines. Oh, wait, it's Jody.
Yep.
What's going on, man?
Well, I'm on my way down to Gatorland right now. So,
Ooh.
For some ungodly reason, Wally World thinks that they need 10,000 pounds of plastic totes. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll take them.
Interesting.
Wait, 10,000 pounds of plastic what?
Totes.
Totes. I
Totes.
thought you said coats. I'm like, first of all, who's wearing a coat in the middle of July? And second of all, who is wearing a plastic coat in the middle of July? That sounds maybe a
And
raincoat.
you never know anymore. You really don't. You just never know anymore. But yeah, no, just those. They're red and white. I thought they were coolers, and he's like, no, they're just little plastic totes now that they want down there. And I was like, all right, it pays good, and it's 10,000 pounds, not a problem.
And it's actually,
Then I gotta go right. Go ahead.
you got to turn it around, though. You're not being in Florida for the 4th of July?
Oh no, I'll be hopefully on my way back down that way, because as of right now, I gotta go around the corner from where I'm dropping off at and pick up a load of paper towel and take it back up to Ohio. And I'm looking at the road coming back out, going to Gulf Shores, Florida, which is just south of Pensacola.
Oh, man,
Oh.
I really hoped you were going to be in Michigan getting a McMiniman pie and a little bit of Fire Lake in your soul, dude. That's upsetting. So,
No. That's fall time. That's a fall thing. The cherry pies and up there playing in the leaves and in the woods and stuff like that. That's up there. That's in the fall.
I don't make, my good friend Brad here, who is an absolute, connoisseur of not just, he's a Bourdain guy is the best way to describe it. Our good friend Dre loves Bourdain as well. He's the kind of guy that loves a good food truck, loves a good roadside burger as much as he likes a fancy pants meal. Have you, Brad, ever heard of McMiniman's pies?
I am not familiar.
If you get a chance, look them up. It's extraordinary. It's some great stuff, and some of the best pies in America. Full stop is the best way to describe it. It just there's no other way to kind of do it. Jody, when do you get to Florida? When do you get to Gator Country?
344 miles, so about 5 hours or so.
Not bad at all. Okay, so before we actually have to hit the pledge and national anthem, I want to give you called for a reason, or is it just to say hi? Either way, I'm a happy man.
No, whenever I call you, there's never a reason. It's whatever the heck we decide to talk about. So it's just a hi, bye, whatever.
So
how the hell you doing?
So
That
you
kind
didn't
of
hit
thing.
you didn't hit the lottery this morning?
You didn't hit the
Oh,
lottery.
come on, man. Send us some money.
We need some money, Jody.
No, but if I would have, I'd still be doing what I do because I love doing what I do.
That's it, baby.
I would be doing, actually, I'm with Jody on this. I would be doing what I do. The upgrades in the next couple of weeks around here would be pretty impressive. That's what I'm saying.
I would just be coming in with a lot of gold chains.
Let me tell you something. If I won the big one, like the Wrath of God one, the 111, the 400 million lottery, Madison's movie's getting made on the spot.
On the spot?
On the spot. It's going to be like, hey, we need to get some investors. No, we don't. You got the investor you need.
We're making movies.
We're making movies on location just like Mark Knopfler. All right, Jody, hit the bricks. We love you. Be safe.
We'll talk to you all soon. Y'all have a good day. I'll be listening. See ya.
We will be listening to Jody as well every time he calls here at 615-292-6366. The last 4 digits of that number spell what, Dre?
I think Dave. No, Nemo.
Thank you, Dave.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's Wednesday. Good morning. Hey, I want to share something with you found in Proverbs 10 and 28 on this great day. It says the prospect of a righteousness is joy, but the hopes of the wicked come to nothing. Watch this. The prospect of the righteous is joy. Watch what he's saying. But the hopes of the wicked come to nothing. He's saying that whenever you are seeking to be filled with the joy of the Lord, he says God is able to do it for you, and God is going to do it for you. He said, but then those that are trying to hurt you, those that are trying to keep you from experiencing God at his best, he says it's not going to come to pass. So let me ask you a question this great day. Why do you spend all this time and energy worrying about what somebody else thinks? Something to think about, ain't it? God bless you.
Amen. And dude, Jimmy, I missed hearing him say, watch this.
Did you?
Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah, there was a whole long period of time where we didn't get any watch this is dropping in our life. I enjoyed the break. I enjoyed the rest and relaxation at last. But I'm not hearing the good pastor say, watch this.
And
watch this.
Makes me feel good that things haven't changed, but at the same time, a lot of things changed.
Kellen Flukinger joined us yesterday. Kellen Flukiger. By the way, I could say that. No, if somebody had told me his name before I saw his name, I wouldn't have any problems pronouncing his name because it's spelled Flukiger, is how it's spelled. It's Flukiger. He actually didn't get a chance to dig in a lot. We're going to have him back on the show, but one of the things he wanted to talk about was the toxicity of good enough. It's good enough. And by the way, nothing wrong with good enough when you're moving quickly and you got to get a lot of stuff done and you get to a place where you're like, you got to move on to the next thing and you've gotten something good enough because it means it's good enough. What he's talking about are the objective or the goal is good enough. That's toxic because if that's all you're shooting for, when you miss, you're not. This morning, interestingly enough, our good friend Foam Master Dre, who has been operating to go beyond good enough actually reap the benefits of going beyond good enough. You had one, before we get Chowder on the phone, you had one hell of a morning, did you not?
Man, I've had a lot worse, and you're right. I'm very thankful that it went the way it did when it started, because I woke up feeling rested. I'm like, oh man, it's going to be a good day. Took a shower. All right. Got everything packed, got food, got in the car. Started the car from the house. I'm like, oh man, everything's going great. Get in there. No, it's not great. Key fob will not the chip isn't being read. I can't start the car. That's the beautiful thing about having a car from 2018 and not having a full-on key. And I'm sitting there. I have the key that gets pulled out. No, that unlocks the car. So what do I do? What do I do? Thankfully, my brother's there. Jump in his truck and get on the way over here. But one of those things where it's just like you cannot do anything at 5 o'clock in the morning.
But when you do everything right and something goes wrong, all the right compensates for the wrong. And the fact that you actually got a good night's sleep, the fact that you actually didn't want to get here right on time, but in fact early, gave you the time you needed to actually make sure you could get in another vehicle and make your way down the tickle that is the I-10 corridor and make your way over to the Degas house.
Doing a little pre-trip helps, man.
It does, doesn't it? Makes a difference. Everything else was in order to make the move. So when something, that's what about pre-trip's about. A pre-trip's about things not going wrong. It's about everything else being right when things go wrong. Our good friend Chowder is giving us a call. Where's he calling from, by the way, Dre?
Man, I don't know. I'm just bringing him on because I know it's him. And dude, you sent us coffee.
You sent us coffee. And you can smell it, too. You can smell it.
Smell it.
Good morning, Chowder.
Morning, my fellows, brothers, sisters, and great rebellion leaders. And good morning, Brad.
Thank you, sir.
He's a leader.
Well, you know, Brad's one of those guys that's like, I choose not to be involved. Then you find out he's been funding the whole thing from the beginning.
Brad falls under the category of brothers because he's a brother in arms, a Viley veteran, and a great all-around person. So he falls in the category of brothers.
Well,
he gets special mention today.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, that's the thing about Brad. It's like always like, I'm not involved at all. And it's like, wait a minute, weren't you involved? Was I? And then he kind of steps back through the curtain.
I like to stay in the shadows.
And it's just like, you know, he's the Lamont Cranston of this organization.
Thanks for those kind words, though, Chowder. I appreciate it.
What's going on,
You're
bro?
welcome. I'm glad the aromas are flowing well of coffee essence for you guys.
Thank you.
So, you know, and Highlander grog always goes because that's one of Dre's favorites.
Dude,
but,
so good.
So I'm really just calling in because I was going to listen, and then I heard about the whole lottery thing and have you ever won anything? You know, Chowder's been pretty lucky. He won 3 beautiful kids and a great wife in life, so he's pretty much set. But I also live in a pretty nice, groovy area where I can chill and relax in the woods. But on the actual winning of lottery-type things, now, as you know, I habitate in around the Deadwood, South Dakota area. For 30 years, I've only spent maybe $100 a year up there, not counting hotel stays, and I've only won $75 at any time up there. That's the most I've ever won there, was $75.
Hey, man, that's not bad.
I actually have a really crazy story about how my brother actually lost a lot of money in a poker game, and it was going to ruin Christmas for him. And so while I was waiting for him at the poker game, I actually won $3,500 on a roulette wheel. Just said the heck with it and did the whole $100 on one number, and it came up. And then he said, well, we got this great racetrack tip. And we went over to the fairgrounds in New Orleans, and we bet on a horse called Silver Dollar Pancakes, which was a 17-to-1 shot. We put all $3,500 on that. Let me tell you, though, when you win that kind of money, Uncle Sam immediately wants to have a conversation with you. But it was
they do.
It was the best Christmas ever, though.
That's right. And then, as a kid, we had just moved from San Jose back to Maine, where my mom was from. I think it was the summer of... it's not a song, Jimmy, but it was the summer of '83, and we went to the fair. Yeah, pretty close. We went to the fair, and she entered me into a drawing to ride with Joey Chitwood Sr. around the half-mile dirt track that we had at the fairgrounds on the two-wheel stunt show thing, and I was lucky enough to win that. And like any, excited kid, I'm running up there like, where do you go check in for this? And they're like, you got to go to the infield. I'm like, oh, well, that would make sense since that's where the car is. But I want to ride in the Joey Chitwood stunt car on two wheels around a half-mile dirt track. That was pretty cool. Even got a picture of me in the, local paper because back in the day, you thought you were big if you made the paper. So That's probably the coolest thing I've ever won.
That's an amazing thing to win. Oh, and by the way, let me ask you a question. Not Joey Chitwood, but the name Jimmy Chitwood. What movie is the character Jimmy Chitwood the big hero in?
Jimmy, I have to admit that Chowda doesn't remember movie things much, and he doesn't remember songs, but he listens and watches to a lot. So I would be disqualified from answering due to lack of intelligence.
Not lack of intelligence, but Brad got it. Take the shot.
Well, good analogy there. It's from Hoosiers,
It's
right?
from Hoosiers.
Yeah.
It's from Hoosiers.
The Hoosiers?
It's the.
I remember that. That was a good movie, too.
It's a good movie, man. I got to tell you, it's really funny because Dennis Hopper was nominated for an Academy Award for Blue Velvet. And so when the nominations came out, he's like, Blue Velvet? Wow. He said, I thought they'd give it to the feel-good drunk. He said, no, they're going to go with the psychopathic murderer. Terrific. What's the rest of the day look like, Chowder?
555 miles going to Dickinson, North Dakota to Menards.
I love it.
Menards.
I love it, man. That is
Say
the.
big
then
money
the
with
fourth-
Menards, yeah.
Then the fourth is going to be side by side and hiking around Mount Rushmore. Go take a homage to Mount Rushmore on Veterans Day or 4th of July. Little fishing and chilling in the hills.
Oh, by the way, Brad, pick up the T-shirt that's lying on the chair because Dave. Wait, no, have you seen the back of it?
It says Mount Rushmore.
No,
on it.
look at
What's
the
on
back of the
Look at
T-shirt.
this.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh
awesome.
man, that is the best thing, guys. We are actually on the 4th of July. We're going to have the T-shirt contest. Not that kind of T-shirt contest. Go ahead, Brad.
Chowder, will you get to see fireworks at Mount Rushmore while
I
you're
don't
up there?
believe they're doing it. I don't believe they're doing fireworks this year up at Mount Rushmore. I haven't heard anything about it, but everybody come to the Black Hills next year. They're doing it, they say, and you know one thing, the guy in the house says he's going to do it. It's most likely going to happen, but we'll have some fireworks in town at the golf course at the racetrack, but not in Mount Rushmore this year, I don't believe.
Well, what a great backdrop that would be. America 250 next year. I could see a big celebration
Oh
there
man,
in
it's a
2026.
celebration.
for
That's
sure.
right.
Thank you,
That's right.
Chowder.
You guys all stay safe, healthy, and good this weekend. Tell your loved ones hi.
Will do. Always good to hear from Chowder, by the way. Hey, by the way, our good friend Trucker Bosun says, I pulled into a port in Gothenburg, Sweden, and Namsos, Norway on my North Atlantic cruise in '89. Very, very cool.
Gothenburg, Sweden. That's home to Smart Eye that does work with Neurable and eye motion.
We-
And they're doing a lot of stuff with Volvo for eye tracking. Beautiful little town, not too far from Copenhagen.
We will come back on the other side of the break we got coming up here. I want you to tell people about what those companies do. We've actually had a couple of them on the show. In the next half hour, though, our good friends from Bennett Trucking are going to be arriving on the scene for the Recruiter Roundtable. It's RadioNemo. Road Gang Radio. Go to radionemo.com. Check us out there. There's a lot of conversation, a lot of great chat, a lot of friendships being forged over on YouTube. Like I said, I still haven't set my space up the way I want it exactly yet because I haven't set Dave's space up. We will set up so that I can actually get involved in the conversation on Facebook as well. All of you guys keep chatting, keep talking, keep calling, keep being a part of the action. We have a phone call? Okay, I wanted to make sure about that. I'd have taken it and just run the clock out. Hey, let's take a break, come back on the other side, talk to our friends from Bennett. Really excited about that. They've been so good to us, and we really are crazy about Jason Brady as well. We'll be right back. Go to truckdown.com, by the way, guys. They'll get you out of the ditch, back on the road in 50 states and 8 of the 10 provinces. Truckdown.com since 1997.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
We are live yet again from the beautiful Degas house at the Fastport Studios. This is Road Gang Radio. Take it away, Jimmy.
Speaking of Fastport, Brad Bentley is still with us. They're out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research technology. Most importantly, they're solving it through the people that work for them and the people they find for you. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Speaking about finding the people that you need, few companies out there in the trucking and transportation industry are better doing it than Bennett family of companies. By the way, they are Atlanta's #1 woman-owned business. We Care is a motto that begins with CEO Marcia Taylor and drives every employee, owner, operator, and contractor and agent. And by the way, I'm praising them, but I'm praising them for all of you guys who aspire to own your own business. For those of you who are just starting your own business, one of the crucial things, our friends at Rees across America do this really well too, it is using your marketing to stay on target, is to actually message discipline is so important. And you can tell it in everyone you talk to from Bennett. Jason is joining us this morning, Jason Brady of the Bennett family of companies. He's on the road. He's got just a little bit of time for us this morning. I know you can't be here for the full half hour, but we wanted to get you in here to say good morning. How you doing, Jason?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
We don't have any complaints. Brad Bentley of Fastport is here with me, and we're just kind of shooting the breeze. I wanted to give you a chance to kind of talk about, the process of recruiting, what Bennett is looking for, because one of the things that we've talked about on the air and in person is, the hardest thing is not so much making a decision between a qualified candidate and unqualified candidate. It's sometimes you have people who are qualified and they're just not right for Bennett. And sometimes there are people that you would love to hire and they just don't fit perfectly in because of what you're looking for. So how do you make those hard decisions about, great driver, not exactly what you're looking for, and how do you help them while at the same time not onboarding somebody that you really can't use? Am I making any sense, Jason, or am I just tying you in knots?
You are making complete and total sense.
All right. So talk a little bit about that dilemma.
So timing-wise, this is great for this interview because we're coming off of a great weekend that we spent with our drive Park Speedway in Atlanta. Had a big celebration on Thursday night with honoring our drivers of the year and our women driver of excellence, and then enjoyed the race on Friday and Saturday. And so I got to spend some time with our top drivers at Bennett, and that was probably one of the best experiences I've had, and I have each year, since I've joined the company. And, to maybe better answer your question, if you are an owner-operator out there and you have that entrepreneurial spirit and really are motivated to grow your own business, leasing on with Bennett is a great idea. If you have a strong foundation and faith, freedom in your family, then it's a great opportunity for you. As far as the qualifications go, we have 14 business units that range from, hotshot drivers to our drive-away division, all the way up to heavy and specialized. So that's a range of different certifications and levels of drivers that, we want to attract. But if you have that spirit of growing your own business and being an owner-operator, that's the right fit for you.
Jason, I have a follow-up, and you made me think about something. I often tell people, rather than telling me what's wrong, tell me what's right, and I can give you more of that. And I was kind of curious, when you guys talk to the people who drive for you the best, when you talk to the first team, the A-listers, the Hall of Famers, do you kind of study them and say, this is the guy, this is the gal we're looking for? And so the closer this person is to replicating who do you use what is positive about Bennett to find other people as opposed to looking for negatives to say no to? Do you use the people that you have on your staff as examples for yourself to find people that you want to actually on board? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. You know, one of our greatest marketing, campaigns or our marketing strategy is to have our drivers, the ones that are successful and have been successful at Bennett, the ones that have been there for a year, the ones that have been there for 20 years, just listen to them talk and listen to them tell other drivers, what Bennett's all about and what there is to offer. And you said it earlier, I think, it's not for everybody. Bennett's not for everybody. But there are a lot of drivers out there that I think are looking for what we have to offer. And to hear it from our other drivers, that's the best advertising we can have, because they'll tell you not only what's great about Bennett, but they'll tell you what they need to do to find the great in Bennett. And they're just honest and authentic, and you can't ask for a better advertisement than that.
No, it's one of the best ad campaigns. I tell a lot of people, they'll come to me and say, hey, we want you to write some spots for us, and I'll look at them and say, I'm happy to do that for you. Why don't you just say, don't take it from us, take it from this great, articulate, amazing driver that we have, and let them tell you where they stand. The best recruiting strategy is actually the people that drive for you, isn't it?
Because, like I said, I've always said every dream job has its parts of the job that aren't so dreamy. And our drivers are going to be real with people that are thinking about making a move, whether it's to Bennett or to lease home with Bennett or some other company, and to hear the good but the honest feedback as well helps make that decision. And when they can make that decision based on that feedback, then they know walking into it what to expect, right? They know what they need to do to be successful at Bennett and how they can leverage what we have to offer to help grow their business.
I tell you this, there's a consistent thing among the companies that, and I call people friendly competitors, because so many people now who are actually succeeding are beginning to understand there's room enough for everybody, provided that you actually do the job properly. What I'm consistently hearing is from the best recruiters and the best people who are out there telling the stories of their companies is, we're not going to sugarcoat it. The following things about the job are really difficult, and if you can't handle that, don't come here. But if you can handle those things, there's a lot of rewards there. And it seems that the best recruiters, it's crazy, I know, Jason, are actually telling people the truth, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we all want. We all want to hear the truth. And when we can hear the truth, even if it's not exactly what you want to hear, like I said, what to expect then. You know what is ahead of you if you make that decision. And, that's, again, there's no better advertising than to hear the truth.
One of the things that you guys do, Jason, that's really, you talk about going to the racetrack. I've been to a couple of your events as well. You guys really do a great job of kind of saying thank you to all your employees and having parties and events. And, Brad is here with me. He's going to have a question for you in 1 second before we have to wrap up with you, because you got to get back to your very busy life. How long do those darn things take to plan, dude? Because we're actually in the middle of doing something like that right now. How long do those things take to plan?
Yeah, you guys got a big event coming up, next month?
Yeah.
It's coming up pretty soon.
23rd, yeah.
2 weeks from today.
Yeah, no, I'm fortunate enough to have such a great team that I get to work with that does the majority of the planning, and then a lot of volunteers, that's not their normal day job, that pitch in and plan these events. And we started planning the Driver of the Year, Women Driver of Excellence event back in December, and like I said, we had it last weekend. And what we want to do is make sure that we have an experience where we can, again, just honestly give our thanks for everything that these drivers do, and the ones that are at the top of their game, they're really driving our business. And, I know that I'm able to do what I'm able to do because they're out there doing what they're doing. And like, if we can just show any type of things, and it's not necessarily the fact that we put them on the track, they get to do track rides, they get to meet, drivers, those types of things. They just want to sit around with other drivers and enjoy an evening where they can tell stories and, get recognized. And I think we do that well. I think we do it well because I have a team that does it from the heart.
And Jason, I'll jump in on that. You said the magic word there. It's recognition. And I want to tell you, this maybe before you came to Bennett, but I guess it's been 10 or 11 years ago now. I was at the Truckload Carriers Association at the time. But Bennett was one of the first companies who participated in a welcome home ceremony for Vietnam veterans who were still in the workforce. And I had the honor to go down and speak at that just south of Atlanta. And I'll never forget it. I rented out a country club. You had the American flags as a backdrop. You had black and white pictures of those service members when they were in uniform. And then you had them present real time. It was a very emotional night. But that was in conjunction with the Vietnam 50th commemoration, and Jimmy Mack, you were involved with one of those last year with Sarah Lee and Waypoint coming back. But Bennett does it as good as anyone I've ever seen. We've done those for several other trucking companies over time, both with TCA and Fastport. But that's the one that's always been the most special to me. Probably that one in Melton.
Yeah, and Jason, with that in mind, with what Brad just said, you guys are vet ready. Correct? You are vet ready. You're ready to onboard veterans, not just love veterans, but you're ready to actually bring them on board, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's not just in a driver or owner-operator role, right? We support our veterans and look for opportunities to bring, anybody that is a veteran that is interested in transportation logistics. Bennett is a great home because we support our veterans. We believe in our veterans. We know that, we have the freedoms that we have because they've done what they've done in their military career. I was up at Richard Childress Racing a few weeks ago for Veterans Breakfast we sponsored with Veterans Bridge Home. I got to meet 2 World War II veterans. And the room was full of Korean War. We had 3 World War II veterans. We had 25 that were sworn in at that breakfast that were going to start their military career shortly thereafter. And that is something that Ms. Taylor is a firm believer in, that we have to support our troops. We have to support our veterans.
Nobody does it better. I remember one other funny story about that. I think Lee Gentry was who we worked with on putting that event together years ago. And had all those black and white photos. We had all those men that were up there being recognized that night. And I remember when it was over, I said, you've got somebody in your company that wasn't up there. Why didn't you have anything for Phil Hibbs, who was somebody I had worked with in recruiting? And Phil was one of those people, like so many veterans, who never talked about their service. And he had served 2 tours in Vietnam. And even within his own company, there are a lot of people that didn't know he was a veteran.
The number of people who bury the lead, it must drive you crazy. I mean, I bet when you find out somebody served, it's like, why didn't you bother to tell us? You should probably put that on your resume next time, right, Jason?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that was, if Phil Hibbs, that's just the type of guy he is, right?
Absolutely.
It's something that he did because it was the right thing to do. And he didn't do it for the recognition. And so many veterans out there, I think, do get overlooked because of that, because they're humble. They serve because they believe that it was the right thing to do. What I would say to that, is 1, thank you. And 2, let us know, because, Bennett is here to serve our veterans, to serve our military. And, it's sometimes a hard thing to talk about. But, that's something that, again, Ms. Taylor just really firmly believes in, and you just feel it throughout the company.
Yeah, by the way, and it's okay if you don't know, have you ever heard of a couple that actually drives for your company called Snowman and Tinkerbell?
What was the name again? Snowman and who?
And Tinkerbell.
I do not.
Okay, so our friend Beach Bum, this is what I love about the new platform, says a particular couple that I know, Daniel and Phyllis Snow, they go by Snowman and Tinkerbell on the radio, drive for Bennett now, and they seem very happy there. So I love our new platform, by the way, Jason, because I actually can see all the people listening to the show chatting with me right now. Big shout out to you guys from Beach Bum. Just wanted to say how much his friends Daniel and Phyllis Snow love driving for Bennett.
That's funny. I'm going to have to reach out to them today because I did not know that was their nickname. I do know the Snows. I know them really well. Actually, they were with us this past weekend, so I am definitely going to give Snowman a call today and give him a hard time.
Yeah, by the way, tell him that you know this because Beach Bum gave you the inside info. And by the way, that's our 15 minutes, my friend. By the way, I love the fact that you're calling us from the road. We get so many of our interviews with people from the road. It's good to hear you. Be safe on the rest of your drives. We're going to see you soon, Jason. Thank you so much, my friend.
All right, guys. I always appreciate it. Talk to y'all soon.
And, of course, as always, guys, if Bennett might be the place for you, just like we've talked to Brown Dog and other places, please go to BennettIG.com. From their humble beginnings as a small family business to their exponential growth into a family of companies, our core values have never wavered. That's Bennett Trucking, by the way. They're a monster now, dude. That went from being a small operation many decades ago to being one of the major players, not just in the Southeast region, but all over the world, right?
Well, and having the racetrack and all those tie-ins, they've gone global.
I mean, they really
15
have.
divisions.
They really have.
And a great company. Marcia Taylor, fantastic.
Yeah,
awesome.
And Polly Trotter, who we know is our friend. I mean, just about as quality as they come. Great Americans.
Great Americans.
They are not overrated. By the way, we have to explain that, by the way. We keep on talking about that. There are two kinds of people in this world. There are great Americans, and then there are those who are overrated, people who are in love with the smell of their own farts. You know the kind of people I'm talking about. But a great American isn't. A great American actually enjoys the smell of others' farts.
Yeah.
That's what it kind of comes down to. All right, let's talk for a minute here, and then I got a very sad story to tell some folks out there. And I actually got this from our friends at CDL Life and also some from Newswires in Ohio about do you remember that accident that happened in 2023? It was on the I-70 in Ohio. It's really, really sad. A guy named Jacob McDonald, who's currently 61. A whole bunch of folks lost their lives because he was following too closely. There's been a resolution. Let me get through that first because then we'll end with something positive and upbeat. But I wanted to kind of put a button on this. In November of 2023, Jacob McDonald, 61, crashed his Freightliner into a Nissan. All of this happened on I-70 in Ohio. So the Freightliner crashes into the Nissan. It then pushes the Nissan into a charter bus full of students and teachers. McDonald then crashes directly into the charter bus. That pushes the charter bus into a Highlander, and the Highlander strikes a Volvo semi-truck. And then the Freightliner strikes the Volvo. 3 teenage students inside the bus, 2 parents as chaperones, and 2 teachers as chaperone in one of the cars were killed in the crash. 7 people total. The Ohio Department of Public Safety, he wasn't under the influence. McDonald was not drunk. McDonald was not recklessly driving either. That's crucial, although you could probably rise it to the level of reckless when you hear the whole thing. The Ohio Department of Public Safety determined McDonald was following too closely at the time of the crash. 26 charges at the outset. 6 third-degree felony counts of aggravated vehicular manslaughter, 9 fourth-degree felony counts of vehicular assault, and 11 first-degree misdemeanor counts of assault. What the judge did, David Brandstuhl, he found McDonald guilty of 6 counts of misdemeanor vehicular homicide in May of this year because the state failed to prove McDonald drove recklessly beyond a reasonable doubt. You guys following me right now? So this is one of those situations where all he was doing was following too closely. This was after remember, he wasn't arrested until July of 2024. On June the 30th, just recently, Judge Brandstuhl sentenced 7 more months, McDonald to 7 more months because McDonald was credited for 323 days of time served since, I think very wisely, knowing how this would play out, his attorneys did not bail him. He was on $1 million bond, and rather than come up with $100,000, they left him in the jail, which of course meant he didn't get transferred to prison either. His remaining sentence is 217 days, 7 months. He gets out January 9th, 2026. He will not be able to drive anything for 5 years. His license has been revoked across the board. He'll never see a CDL again in his life. This is what the judge said, and Solomon, I think, in his decision. There is no sentence that I can impose today or in the event that he had been convicted of more serious offenses that would have satisfied the victims of this offense. I get that, but this is what has to be done. This is what McDonald said to the victims. I pray every night for every single one of you and everyone involved. You can't say I don't have the remorse, because I do. Every day for the rest of my life, I will live in remorse. And I bring this up, guys, as the 4th of July weekend, which AAA is predicting will be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, 4th of July weekends. He wasn't drunk. He wasn't under the influence. There is no evidence that he was driving exhausted. There was no evidence that he wasn't driving past his hours of service. All the standard operational things you usually see. Because remember, it's usually about 1 out of 10 drivers is actually at fault during the accident. This is one of those 10 times, but none of the other attenuating circumstances applied. His DOT number was up to, everything was, matter of fact, if anything had been off, this would have been worse for him. But it's a great reminder that simply following too close because you're impatient, it's the chain reaction that killed all those people. Because the first vehicle he struck didn't kill anybody. It's what happens after that. So it's just a reminder as you head into this 4th of July weekend to remember that McDonald is 61 years old. He will get out of prison at the age of 63. And he will, as many of you who I love out there are driving in your 70s and driving extraordinarily well. There are many people that we love, Brad, who are out there who are older, and we adore them. They are driving for the same reason that if Jody won the lottery, he would continue to work. They just love it. Yep. They just love it. I mean, our friend Junker, who writes me every day to let me know where he is, and he's, by the way, got an impeccable driving record. Herschel Evans, who is no spring chicken, continues to drive. Many of you will continue to drive. If you'd like to continue to drive, don't follow too closely. Don't be aggravated at anybody. If you get aggravated, let your foot off the accelerator. Just drop back. Get away from those folks. Keep on driving. Keep on moving. We'll never know the circumstances, but Mr. McDonald's life, as he knew it, is now over. And like I said, he did everything right except for one thing, and that's all that it takes. What are your 4th of July plans, by the way, Brad?
I'll actually be here. Going to catch a little of the fireworks. I may go to Tipitina's, catch a little live music on Friday night. Looking forward to that.
Do you remember we had a great time, by the way, Madison and Dre. Last 4th of July, Brad and I did the show, and then I immediately got off the show after our 4th of July show, and Brad and I went and got some of the best barbecue in the city of New Orleans. I always want to say Blue Diamond.
Blue Oak.
Blue Oak. Blue Oak Barbecue. It's Blue Diamond is a trucking company. I always want to say Blue Diamond. What is your favorite thing there, by the way?
Oh, man.
That Texas plate's really good, man.
Their brisket is surprisingly good for us not being in Texas.
Right.
But it's really some of the sides that they have. They do a dirty rice sometimes. It's really good.
You like that baked potato full of brisket, don't you?
And I love good collard greens. That's always my litmus test for barbecue. And everything at Blue Oak is consistent and good. There is one place I like the ribs better in New Orleans. That's the joint over in the Marini.
But everything else you don't like as much. You're not crazy about everything else.
But I love the ribs.
Their ribs are spot on, by the way. We should take these kids, by the way.
We should do that. The joint.
The joint.
Do it.
Get some ribs at the joint,
And bring
by the
that
way.
joint.
by the way, the people that work there have that kind of energy, dude.
Fantastic.
What is it? Peace. What is it? Peace, love, and pork. I guess is one of their big things.
Hopefully.
No, it's more of those rockabilly guys. You know what I'm saying? It's that gang of stoners.
Hipsters, let's go.
No, it ain't hipster. Well, they might be hipsters, dude, but they're also, you can tell, like many of them are probably gearheads too. It's that kind of crowd. You know, I'm talking about that crowd.
Yeah, they worked on their motorcycle on the way to work.
That's exactly it. Those are the guys that work there.
Real quick, Brad, you're talking about 4th of July plans because my girlfriend and I are not going to do our usual thing on the coast. We're getting out of there, and we're staying at my sister's place off of Royal, and we need to check out the fireworks. What time are they doing that?
I think 9 is the official start. Usually goes about 20 minutes, something like that.
Because we're going to get lost in New Orleans and just kind of go exploring, but I was thinking what other activities we need to do on 4th of July, and I was going to ask you.
The best thing that happened to this company was your sister's timeshare.
Yeah, and it's up in August.
Yeah, but it got us off to a good start because it meant you had some place to stay when we first were setting this place up and kind of getting going, by the way. By the way, the Fastport Studios here at the historic Degas House are square smack dab in the middle, right between City Park, which is the 3rd or 4th largest metropolitan park in the United States. And Brad's seen a lot of metropolitan parks. It's a good one. this park here it's one of the best in the country. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, most people come to New Orleans, and I lived in the French Quarter the first 6 years. I guess I was down here. I'm out in Mid-City now, closer to the studio, but everybody wanted to do the traditional tourist thing, hit Bourbon Street, some of those things. And I got where I would take more people out to City Park. They didn't realize how big it was, that you had museums there, you had golf courses there, you have high schools there, children's museum.
You have a museum of art, the Children's Museum. You have tennis courts. They actually have the Conference USA tennis tournament at the park. That's what kind of nice. We got somebody on the phone, do we?
Well, we'll jump on him in a second. Well, we'll jump to that call in a second. We'll
take
jump
it
him.
Take it easy.
Yeah,
Take it easy,
old
pal.
Paul. We'll get to you in a minute. But I wanted to go to the art museum because I went to the sculpture garden, like she said, but I never went into the actual museum. Would you refer for me to go check that out?
Yeah, it's a great museum. Underrated, not overrated.
It's underrated. And you know
but
what they do? They're not too ambitious. What they do, they're internally ambitious by exhibit.
Nice.
Is a good way to say it. What they have is great, and they don't get over their skis. And when they have special exhibits, they curate the hell out of them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people that come to New Orleans, it's known as a party town for obvious reasons, but there's a lot of things for families to do too. And people know about the Audubon Zoo, the aquarium, but this children's museum they opened out there. I only went, my daughter's 28, grown and gone, but I went to a food event out there. Dickie Brennan opened a restaurant in conjunction with the Children's Museum. There's all these cooking classes and different things. But that is an amazing facility for anybody that's bringing their family to New Orleans.
What's the youngest age group on the kid, you think?
The kids that you hang with at the Children's Museum, they can go. It's set up for everybody.
All right, cool, because I got a 3-year-old and a 7-year-old.
And oh my God, yeah.
Perfect.
And the amusement park they have over there is set up for kids. And even better than that, Storyland is
perfect.
Is beautiful.
Well, Dre's a kid at heart, so he's going to enjoy all of it.
Dude, I'm going to be up in Storyland like I brought my nieces 8 years ago.
Really quickly, the southbound I-65 exit in Indiana at exit 2020. 2020. That's a very different thing. That exit doesn't exist. At exit 220 is closed southbound. That's from our good friend, the Paranormal Pie Man. He's jumping in the conversation over there. And Beach Bum reminds everybody to click over and give a like here. I'm giving a like now, so all of you guys should give a like on the tube of you. We got to go to the phone here really quickly. Good morning.
What's cracking, Paul? You only got a few minutes, my friend. Sorry about that.
Okay, I'll keep it quick. Talk about following too close.
Yeah.
I regularly go across Interstate 40 between Memphis and Little Rock. That is one of the most dangerous piece of highway in this country, I believe.
I am in complete agreement.
Car drivers, truck drivers, everybody goes across there following way too close. And they're that close behind that you can't even see to maintain your own lane. I went across there Sunday, and it was like a friggin' zoo. Wasn't any accidents, but that was only by good luck and not good management. So
I'll tell you this, man. There are times I'm driving in those environments, and you're trying to drop back. You're trying to be like, and people get angry at you for leaving space between things. People will actually just whip around you to get like on the tail of the person in front of you, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna drop back again. And I'm telling you, man, and you can see it. You in particular, all you guys can see it. You can see the domino effect that's going to happen the moment one person sideswipes or rear ends somebody, right? You can see it. It must be terrifying.
There's regularly wrecks on that stretch of highway. It pays to keep an eye on Google Maps because you might have to get off and jump down onto US 70 to avoid a major delay because it's frequent on that piece of highway, so I just thought I'd throw that in there. So
that's a great heads up, by the way. I couldn't agree with you more. Maybe we should have a conversation tomorrow as well, too, about what I call the Metairie Motor Speedway, the 610, because there's a moment when Dave talked about it driving in. Dave drove in at 5 one morning, said no problem. He said he thought he was going to get ridden off the road on the 610 split in New Orleans. Thank you, Paul. It's good to hear from you, brother. Be safe, okay?
Okay, thanks. Talk to you later.
All right, brother. We're going to have the Braz up here in a second. Tech Talk, which is the longest running segment ever on anything in regards to RadioNemo. We all know the Braz. Robert Braswell is going to be joining us. Love having him around, by the way. He's the Executive Director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council. He's going to be discussing the value of recommended practices, and we'll be taking calls. So everybody light them up. And there's plenty of you guys out there. I see you. You can't hide from me anymore. I used to think, I don't know who's listening to this show. Oh, no. I know plenty of you are listening.
I know who you are.
We know who you are. We know where you're at. 615-292-6366. Brad Bentley and I will continue to hang out with the Braz, Robert Braswell, the man with the plan. Longest running segment. Tech Talk. TMC.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Yes, sir. We are live, hour 2. This is Road Gang Radio. We're hanging out with Jimmy Mack, Brad Bentley, and now the Robert to the Braswell.
Oh man, I got to tell you, it's one of my favorite segments. And not because. And by the way, it's one of my not because I take a walk when he does it. I'm actually listening intensely. I want to make this really clear. Robert isn't a breather. Robert is must-listen radio. Robert Braswell is the executive director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, and he has been doing this. We are closing in on 1,000 episodes of Tech Talk with TMC. Absolutely thrilled to have him back here. Brad Bentley, of course, of Fastport. The reason we have this studio joins us this morning. Fastport is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it with research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Robert, good morning. It's great to have you, my friend. How you doing?
The Braz!
Doing great. Thanks for having me again, Jimmy Mack. Hey there, Dre, back in there in the studios. This week we are doing something a little bit different. As you kind of mentioned in the teaser, we're going to be talking with me about the value of recommended practices. It's something we do every once in a while here on Tech Talk with TMC because I think it's important to kind of understand why it is we talk about recommended practices all the time on this program. But before we get started, Jimmy Mack, let's talk a little bit about the special offer we have this week. And this week it's our preventive maintenance inspection manual for technicians. We're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. To order today, you can call us toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Just mention RadioNemo.com. Get it for that special price. Also, we would love to have you as a member of the Technology and Maintenance Council. If you're an owner-operator or a small fleet, 100 or fewer power units, you can join TMC for the discounted annual dues of just $150. Do that, you're going to get our 2-volume recommended practices manual. That's the book we've been talking about for the next 30 minutes, and a lot of other great benefits too. So just please call that same toll-free number if you're interested in joining us today. And at the top of the program, we always remind our listeners, that any recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed in the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, Jimmy, let's get started on today's topic, the value of recommended practices.
Well, first of all, and this sets up recommended practices. What you've done over the course of the many years that you've been doing this with us is building a mosaic, that each one of these things is an individual episode that addresses specific problems and specific issues and technologies that are coming and how we can deal with them and how we can actually make our lives better, whether we run a company or whether we run a truck. There is an overall thing that is developing here. That mosaic is recommended practices, the value of those practices, and that's why that whole disclaimer at the beginning is about the value to your company, because the total picture is what's important. The bits and pieces, you can remove one or two or make different choices and still get the overall picture, correct? I mean, at the end of the day, I know this is going to sound crazy, but can you define the very term recommended practices? Because I think it's a heck of a place to start.
Well, sure, and you're exactly right about why we use the term recommended practices. Some folks use the term best practice. We don't claim to have best practices. We say right up front when we talk about our disclaimer, we cannot possibly know, conceive, or imagine the best way to do anything in the trucking industry. But we have, based on consensus, a really good idea of what some of the recommended ways of doing things are when it comes to specifying, maintaining, repairing, or testing for commercial vehicle maintenance technology. But we don't know the best way, because probably the person that knows the best way is the person who's in the particular operation that you are in yourself. Nobody knows their operation better than themselves. And so that's what we're based on. When we were started in 1956, that's the foundational mantra that we started the predecessor organization of this council. Back then it was called the Maintenance Committee of the Regular Common Carrier Conference. And when we started all of this and published our first recommended practice in 1975, we did so with this in mind, so that all trucking may share equally in the general level of information that's been developed by this council, and in order to produce safer and more economically viable vehicles being placed into service. And so that's kind of our mission. It's the improvement of equipment, it's maintenance and maintenance management. And a recommended practice is basically a guideline for which we've developed as a consensus document, which indicates a recommended way of either repairing, specifying, maintaining, or testing any particular aspect of commercial vehicle maintenance and engineering technology.
Let me follow that up as well, too. Let's go back to the origin of this point, the mid-'50s as well, too, because there is the growing awareness that the profitability of trucking depends not only on the quality of service and the quality of maintenance that you provide yourself, but that other people that you are competing with, that it actually behooves the entire industry for your competitors to actually engage in practices that might be recommended, we'll keep using that term, that it actually increases everybody's profitability and lets it get decided by the best among the best, rather than somebody doing the right thing and everybody else becoming a menace on the highway, correct?
Yeah, that's generally true. I think the main reason why we would develop recommended practice just in general, not just for TMC, but for any industry, it's to improve market transactions, right, and to improve safety and generally the better operation of an outfit's methodology, right? That's what it's really all about. You're doing better, and then you're facilitating the market transactions that go around that. So that's an important thing. When TMC was started, we kind of set aside the economic issues in terms of competitiveness. In terms of marketing, that's a different story. In terms of safety, it gets a little competitive sometimes. What are you doing better or not? There's a lot of aspects where companies like to compete against each other, and they hold their cards close to the vest. When it comes to maintenance and specifications, our industry decided that it's not worth holding those competitive advantages necessarily close to your chest, so to speak, but let's share it for the benefit of everybody. So I think that's a real big distinction when it comes to maintenance and repair, as opposed to maybe some of the other aspects of trucking, like, how do you do the best route, route optimization. That might be a competitive advantage. You don't want to share your best ideas on that one, right? But when it comes to how do you fix brakes, everybody has a vested interest in how do you fix brakes.
Yeah, and because when brakes fail, and when a competitor's brakes fail and the competitor's accident causes a disaster, everybody's insurance rates go up. I mean, that's one of the most basic ways to think about it. The perception of trucking in the marketplace, the perception of the public of trucking in the marketplace. Dave loves to say it. They don't see like this company or that company screwed up. They see truck screwed up. So it really does behoove. It's one of the things, it's one of the great values of recommended practices is that if everybody is following some sort of recommended practice or another and sharing best recommended practices, I'll stay on that, and sharing those recommended practices, there is a better opportunity to create a marketplace in which everyone can compete and then use their proprietary close to the vest stuff to see if they can get a competitive edge. So I kind of want you to, give us an overview, a 30,000-foot overview of, what the value is, and then we'll get to some specifics here.
Well, I think one other thing to add on your last point is that, no person is an island apart from its own. Everybody is all connected in this world, and we all have families. You all want them to be safe when you're going down the road. So at that very fundamental level, this is important stuff. So I just think that's important to get out there. And in terms of, what is the recommended practices all about? Why do we do this and so forth? Recommended practices cover just about everything you can think of when it comes to the onboard technology of the truck. We go from electrical to tire and wheels to trailers to total vehicle electronics to light medium duty vehicles even. We go not just in class 7 and 8, we also go all the way down to pickup trucks in class 2 through 6, some of the mid duty stuff. It gets grown over the years. When we first started in 1956, there was about 4 or 5 study groups, and we've put our first recommended practices manual out there in 1975. It took us about 20 years to gather all that information into one source. We had about 8 study groups. And again, it's grown and grown. Sometimes study groups get combined with others. Sometimes they go away. Sometimes we create new ones because we're always trying to be mindful of what the industry needs, and we're very adaptive to those needs.
It's interesting, too, because trucking is one of, and I'm using the term, by the way, guys, as a business practice and not as an ideology here. Trucking is conservative with a lowercase c. But that being said, given the breadth and scope of the institution, like I said, you're talking about 15, 16, maybe even 20 different industries kind of contained in there. People say, well, change comes so slowly. It actually comes slowly in regards to the public perception of that change. But what you guys are doing over at the council is you're always having conversations, because even in what you guys do, incrementalism, each one of those incremental changes has a massive impact, a domino effect. I don't know if I'm making sense with this, Robert, but there's a sense of, I want people to understand that the ideas are always being talked about. Implementation is a different thing because a consensus has to be reached to some degree before everybody kind of goes running off to do the same thing. Do you get where I'm coming from, or am I just talking babble?
Well, let's take 2 of your points. First of all, you mentioned trucking is conservative from a business perspective. That may be true, but I would say from a business perspective, not a political one, the fleets and the people that work within TMC are very progressive, and they tend to be on the far bell curve of folks that really want to try adaptive things, new things to improve maintenance as technology and maintenance management. So that's an important thing to get started. Again, not political, but basically, in terms of being progressive, forward-thinking, future-thinking, I think we have the cream of the crop when it comes to the folks in the industry that actually work on stuff. So that's very important. Number 2, you're right. Things do take a long time to go from point A to point B. We've said this on the program before. It usually takes about 35 years for a new technology to get implemented into the industry to the point that it becomes ubiquitous or, universal. Take a look at automated manual transmissions. Those things were around 30 years ago, but it wasn't only till recently that they were, almost universally spec'd on all new builds. It takes time because you have early adopters. They try it out. They take the knocks. They learn the problems with the maintenance of them when they first get started. They're not as easy to do, let's say, as the older technology. There's resistance to folks who are actually the users of the technology. And after a while, you get through those bumps. You get to the second generation of a particular technology. It gets a little better. And then after a while, everybody starts seeing the economic benefit and the operational benefit of a particular design or specification, and it becomes widely adopted. So that is true. It does take a long time, and it's probably good because you don't want necessarily a technology just to go 100%. Classic example of this was analog braking systems back in the 1970s. It was analog. There were no computers. It was not ready for prime time, but the government mandated the industry to use this technology, and trucks are going down the road that didn't stop. And so that was a problem, and there were lawsuits, and we stopped that, and we got that technology off the road. And when it came back in its better form as digital analog braking systems, then it was being able to be adopted by the industry. And even then, it took about 20 years to go from that point to when it was mandated by the government in the late 1990s. And now it's even gotten better and better. And there's other assisted technologies that go along with that, such as, rollover stability control, emergency and automatic braking, things like that, ADAS. But it takes a while. So you're correct.
It's interesting. One of the people on YouTube just commented, said, so you guys are progressive in terms of impulse and conservative in regards to implementation. I kind of like that. That's kind of it, isn't it? The idea that the impulse is to always innovate, always be forward thinking, always be moving, but then to make sure that all the ducks are in a row and the safety aspect is taken care of before things launch. It seems to be that's the thing, right?
That's a great observation. That's the kind of a person we'd love to have on some of these task forces we have at TMC working on recommended practices, because this person gets it. That's exactly right. We're always we're very open-minded when it comes to how we're going to innovate, because we know there are issues. And, it starts before the recommended practice. We've got a pre-recommended practice organization called our Future Truck Program. And what that does is it looks for problems long-term, 15, 20, 30 years down the road. What are the things that drivers and maintenance operations and trucking companies are going to need from their equipment 15, 20, 25 years down the road? We don't know how to do it. We admit right up front, we have no clue, but we're going to tell you what the expectation is. So we'll say, the mission is we want a tire to operate without air. Hey, we don't know how to do that. Why do we want to do that? Because we don't want to necessarily maintain the air inflation pressure. So if you can come up with a tire that meets all the operational demands, that does not require pneumatic pressure, does not require inflation pressure, we are all about that. You guys go figure it out. And then at that point, once we put those needs assessments out there, then we start thinking about recommended practices of how you actually accomplish that. So that's kind of an extreme example. There are airless tires out there on the off-road and passenger side. Limited usage, of course, at this point. They're not quite ready for prime time. Definitely not ready for prime time on the over-the-road trucking side, but we anticipate that's probably going to be the case one day. And that's sort of the example of the progressive side of recommended practice development versus the conservative implementation.
I'm going to say this too. Part of what you guys must talk about a lot too is when you have technology that you already know can do the thing, you've also got to examine what I call the law of unintended consequences. You talk about the idea of being forward thinking, the idea that we can do this thing. We don't know what it's going to do, what the I guess the side effects, whether positive or negative. So that's one of the things you guys have to kind of do in these conversations as well, is not just figure out whether we can do the thing, but whether doing the thing sets off a ripple effect that changes everything, and making sure people are ready for those changes when they come in, whether it's a disruption in who you employ or the quality and skills of the drivers or the people that you're going to be employing on a regular basis. You've got to think about the human impact and the impact of the overall highway and supply chain for any new technology that you guys are talking about. The idea, because remember, those tires, you might make them, somebody's got to make them. Are there enough people to make them, and can they be made at a mass number, or are they prohibitively expensive? All those things have to be considered when you guys are thinking about what's next. It's not just the thing itself, but all the impact the thing has on everything else, correct?
Yeah, that's a good point. I can give you some examples of unintended consequences that were the result of technological developments that TMC had something to do with. So aerodynamic devices were almost non-existent in the 1980s, right? But everybody was interested in saving fuel. We were just coming out of the second fuel crisis. Aerodynamic devices were all of a sudden, a novel adaptation everybody wanted to do, because everybody wants to save fuel. The problem was having aerodynamic improvements caused some unintended consequences. And some of that, for example, was with brakes. The brakes on the vehicle equipped with aerodynamic devices had to absorb more energy than the brakes on non-aerodynamic devices. The rolling resistance was basically reduced because you're going through the air better, and this resulted in more brake applications for the same amount of brake retardation. You had higher brake operating temperatures, and if the aerodynamic devices used on these vehicles also reduced airflow around the brakes, we found that started to shorten brake life. So now we have to start addressing those issues. Hey, we're cutting through the air better, we're saving fuel, the brakes are wearing out more fast. Now we got to either pay more attention to the maintenance or change our specifications to reduce the unintended consequence. So that's a really good point.
And by the way, another person jumped into the chat, and they kind of wanted to know: is there an example of new technology being developed? Because I think I understand this. What you're saying here. So let's say that we talk about the idea of aerodynamic. Have we seen improvements in other technologies because another technology showed up? Meaning, did the brake improvements follow quickly, or did that take time?
I think it takes a little bit of time for first people to, let's use this example, aerodynamic devices. It takes a little bit of time to start using the aerodynamic devices to start seeing the fact that it's having an impact on the brakes. It also had an impact on the drivetrains because you had increased transmission temperatures because of impeding airflow into the vehicle for that, and that led to reduced gear, synchronizer, bearing, seal life, in some cases as much as half service life. So it takes a little time to find those issues. But once you start doing that, then you get right on it. You try to find ways of improving the design, maybe redirecting airflow, maybe changing some of the specifications you have on the foundation brake to adapt to the aerodynamics. Maybe you want to go to disc brakes, for example, because they're going to do a better job of stopping, maybe dissipating heat. So in that case, yes, you do see the one technology will lead to an improvement in the other technology, if that's what the question is.
By the way, I got the word. That's what I was asking. Yes, I wanted to ask about the return on investment as well too, because I have talked to some of our partners and some of our sponsors over the years who will tell me, "Oh, we have that technology. We don't have the public-private partnership to make that possible, and there's no return on investment on that. That the money you'll spend the rest of your life trying to pay off how much that technology costs right now." So does part of when you guys have these conversations, does return on investment actually play any part? The idea is, this is great, it totally works, and it's so flippin' expensive that nobody's going to buy it yet. Does that ever play a part in when you guys are kind of figuring out recommended practices?
Not only does it play a part, I'd say by and large, most of the fleet members, equipment user members in the council are even more aggressive when it comes to ROI. You really got to have your ducks in a row with the new technology to make sure it's going to work for my operation, because I just don't have the margins in my operation to spend money on stuff I don't need or is not going to pay its own weight, so to speak. And in doing so, we actually have some recommended practices that they're themselves ROI calculators. A good example of this, we have a fuel savings calculator for aerodynamic devices. You want to figure out whether an aerodynamic device is going to work for your operation. We've got a recommended practice. It's basically an Excel spreadsheet with all sorts of matrices and things like that, calculations in it. You plug your data into it, and it's going to give you an idea of what it's going to cost you, how much it's going to save you, and what the ultimate return on your investment is going to be over a certain period of time and/or mileage. You have to know some of your own data, right? You've got to know there's a whole list of data points, data elements we call them, that you have to know about your operation, such as a lot of this is very easy, so it's not that complicated, but average mileage per year, your current fuel efficiency, average cost of your fuel, percentage of owner-operators in your fleet, number of trucks in your fleet, number of trailers in your fleet, and then some other things about the specifications that you have on your particular vehicle. But you plug those things in, and you're going to get a diagram that's going to either be in the red or the green. It says this is going to make sense for you. Another thing, as an example, we do this with our Texcelerate Now program that we're in partnership with the feds. FMCSA, we have an ROI calculator for ADAS technology, and you can do the same basic thing with that. You go in there, you say, let's take a look at forward collision warning is going to make sense for my operation. I plug in a number of different variables, and I will get an idea, depending on how much depth of information I have, because we've got a simplified version and a more advanced version of that calculator. But it can give you a really good idea if that technology is going to be worth the money that you're putting into it. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. It really depends on your operation, and that's why we say recommended practices, because we don't know the best thing for your particular operation. Only you know that, because you're the one that operates and is most intimately familiar with your operation.
Yeah, Jimmy Mack, I want to go back to the ROI that you were bringing up. I'm thinking back to when I was at TCA a few years ago. There was a study, I won't mention a company name, but there was a lot being done around truck seats at the time. And some great data came out of that. There was a lot of companies that beta tested and found that there was a way to reduce vibrations, things that were going to increase or be better for the health of the driver, but they couldn't get the price point down per unit to make it worth it for those same fleets who saw the value in it to actually invest. And it ended up, sadly, kind of dying on the vine, and that was unfortunate.
Yeah, that must be frustrating, Robert, when people actually, when everything else is in place and people just simply can't get the price points down. I mean, and that must be something that you guys go over and over again in regards to how do we, everything else is in place, we just can't get the return on investment down. And from what you were saying earlier too, Robert, it sounds like we can make everybody Billy Bean, that the data, given your recommended practices and given the kind of resources you guys have available, there's no reason why even the smallest of companies can't turn themselves into the Billy Bean of the Oakland A's and play some real money ball with their trucking company, right?
Well, you use an example here. Let's talk about seats. So there was a seating technology a few years ago. I won't mention the name, but basically what it did was it used electromechanical systems to isolate the driver from the road because using very advanced technology, so that when you're in this seat and you don't feel anything, it is just canceling out all of the different road inputs. Great technology. Problem is, very expensive. Hard for a lot of operations to justify that sort of expense. It works, but it doesn't necessarily make economic sense for a company that their operating ratio is, let's say, 100, 101, 98. You got an operation ratio of 98, you're making what, 2 cents on a dollar. That's pretty thin profit margin. So you got to keep that in mind. You have to balance those concerns. What makes the most sense for my operation, given the fact I still have to make a profit? This is not a charity.
By the way, that's the other great thing you can tell your employee. I can give you a really comfortable seat, but if I do, you ain't getting paid. I'll tell you that right now. Somebody's not getting some money out of this, by the way, and that's really an important thing.
Your comfort or cash?
Yeah,
what are you gonna pick?
Yeah, comfort or cash when it comes. That's the lifestyle thing that our good friend over at Bob Costello talks about. There's a point where lifestyle does have to take a back seat, pun intended, to getting a chance to kind of make that money. It must be an agonizing decision, though. I can't imagine you guys must sit there and go over it and over it until you're like, it can't be done. Wish it could, right?
Sometimes you look at the data and you say, now, what's the best way to solve a particular problem? Let's say you have a problem with side impacts. What's the best way to solve that problem? Is it putting extra guards on the sides of the trailer or the vehicle, or is it maybe using ADAS technology that's going to prevent the impact to begin with, right? So, and do a lot of other things at the same time. So sometimes it's a matter of how you approach it.
By the way,
solution. Yeah, anyway, go ahead.
I just go ahead. I mean, I thought this would happen. Not only is he a terrific host of his segment, he is a terrific guest on his own segment. The Braz has joined us. Robert Braswell has been here. You're not going to believe it, Robert. It's already 8:26, and I wanted to make sure that you got in all the information you always kind of put on at the end so that we could actually wrap up Tech Talk. Unbelievable. Masterful, by the way. Thank you, sir.
Oh, my pleasure. And let's take a look. I'm going to do a little bit of a forward look for the rest of the shows for the month of July. I think it might be worth for the listening audience. Over the next 4 weeks, we're going to be talking about air system maintenance, facts and falsehoods next week. That's going to be a great program. The week following, the 16th, we're going to talk about when to keep, trade, or sell a truck. We have a new recommended practice on that very topic. Going to really enjoy that conversation. We're going to be talking about the following week, the 23rd, on coolant and DEF maintenance. And then on the 30th, we're going to be talking about alternative powertrains, what's coming down the road. So that's kind of what the a little teaser there for what's coming up on Tech Talk with TMC for the month of July.
Robert Braswell has joined us for the longest running segment in 50-plus years of RadioNemo has been Tech Talk, and there's been one guy who has been behind the wheel from it from the beginning, Robert Braswell, the Executive Director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council. He has been discussing the value of recommended practices. Guys, this will be available in short order up on our platform on YouTube. Please check it out there. there. It is an invaluable conversation to help you understand what it is these folks do and why it is so important if, in fact, you want to onboard yourself into the business side of the trucking industry. Thank you, Robert. As always, happiest of Fourths to you, my friend.
You too, absolutely. And same thing to all over listening audience. Happy 4th of July.
tmc.trucking.org is the place you guys should go. We're going to get out of here. Maddie with a T, hit that music for me right now. We will make our way into Education Station on Radio Nemo. Hey guys, head on over to shadyrays.com. That Lost and Broken Protection Program is what you're looking for. They've got your back. shadyrays.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Alrighty, let's talk a little Education Station on Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Brad Bentley, and we have another Brad hanging out with us.
Imoni, by the way, is who we have, Brad Imoni. But we'll get to him in a second. Big shout out to our good friend Randy Dye, who is listening from the road. Big happy birthday shout out to John Coca. Hope we see you on the 23rd. If you're listening on any of our platforms, you are invited. If you want to attend, please send us an RSVP at weekends@radionemo.com. We'll give you all the details then. A really great event is actually kind of brewing down here. We're going to have, chicken andouille, gumbo. We're going to have some potato salad. We're going to have a shrimp dip. I won't call it a shrimp mold because people hear mold and they think about things growing inside of Louisiana houses. It's a spectacular thing, by the way. My aunt makes spectacular shrimp dip, by the way.
You know what you don't find in Louisiana houses?
What's that?
Basements.
Yeah, you don't. Oh, actually, what they call in they actually have them, but it's weird because your basement is off in the ground floor. My grandparents had a basement that was a rec room, a storage space, and a place where, oh my God, my grandfather was the leading salesman for Four Roses and for Jim Beam for the city of New Orleans. He did okay. He was able to put 7 kids through college because of that. People like liquor down here. They had to give them away, but they had all of those fancy pants Christmas bottles, you know, the ones that actually are like little statues and sculptures, that kind of stuff, that kind of crazy, insane sort of stuff, all of that down in the basement, quote unquote.
And hey, if someone does have a basement here, be a little bit warned. They might want to put lotion on the skin.
That's exactly
it.
That's it. I'm going to let that float.
You're right about the brown water. They do love it down here, and that's going to be part of what we're doing on the 23rd as well. Excited about that.
Yeah, a lot of great stuff. We're going to have a bourbon tasting as well, and we got a remarkable group of young women called the Coven, who are going to be our band with a couple of backup musicians who are anything but backup musicians. You'll have to find out who they are by coming down here and kind of joining the party. A lot of great trucking and transportation stuff is actually going on as well in the city of New Orleans that week, along with Tales of the Cocktail. I did did want to also, make a really quick comment about the technology that you alluded to. I won't say the company's name. Man, they bent over backwards. That technology was extraordinary to reduce, what was going on in the seats. They just could never get the price point down. But it was amazing.
I remember the first year they were at Matt's, and they had a trailer. You could walk up in it, and you could use one seat versus their technology. And it was day and night.
I was in it.
Day and night.
I think it was the first year I met you. I think it might have been the first year I met you. I remember being in those seats, and I remember thinking, like, man, what a great way to think outside the box, because it was technology that had nothing to do with seats.
Trick.
You know what I'm saying? And since we're talking to Gary Graff a little bit later on about rock and roll, that's as much of a hint as I will give you. Brad Imoni joins us this morning. He is the safety director of Central Oregon's truck company. And by the way, it's great to have Brad Bentley here with us because, we got a veteran on our hands. 21 years in the U.S. Army Special Forces and retired in '99 at the rank of Sergeant Major. Good morning to you, Brad. How are you? It's good to have you again, man. It's good to have you on. Guys, go to centraloregontruck.com and check out them over there. You can ask your questions on the Book of Face and the Tube of You. We will get them in there. How's the day going for you? Do you got any big 4th of July plans, Brad?
Just hopefully it's quiet, right? That's every truck company's hopes, right? With holiday season, heavy traffic. But yeah, the weather's supposed to be nice. We got pouring rain yesterday, and now blue skies scheduled through the weekend. So
wait,
nice.
You mean to tell me up in Oregon they have actually precipitation? I am shocked the Pacific Northwest actually has rain. I went to the University of Washington. We used to drive down to the Oregon Shakespeare Festival on a regular basis, and I have never enjoyed rain so much because when it rains here, it's a very different kind of rain in the city of New Orleans than it is up in your neck of the woods. It actually makes the whole place smell like Christmas on a regular basis. Brad, I wanted you to take a moment before we actually jump into your role as safety director and what that means in terms of educating the people over at Central Oregon Truck. I wanted you to give people a little bit of your own background, and I think it's important too because it shows you how you can carve out a career in trucking based on and that there are skills that you transferred from your position in the military.
Yeah, my life was kind of bizarre. I actually got recruited into the force directly out of college, University of Nevada, Reno, in my freshman year, and I never looked back. I expected to stay 4 years. I ended up doing 21, and then I still hadn't finished my college degree. And I was distance learning, which this is in 1999, which that was the beginning of people doing that's pretty common now. But I ended up figuring out that you can make a really good money driving a truck, and I was able to finish my college degree. So I actually did that behind the wheel for Central Oregon Truck. I got my bachelor's degree in business management in 2008. And then out of the blue, the former CEO of the company wanted to rearrange the safety department. He knew I'd done a lot of training when I was in the military, and he had a vision, and so he brought me in to create it, and everything worked out, and so here I am now. I came in here in 2013, and I'm still running it now in 2025.
And by the way, you also fall into one of my favorite categories. You do speak into Deutsch, and which means I could have a very fractured conversation with you, probably much better than I am. You could definitely speak with my wife, who actually is fluent in French, by the way. As always, we have really great people here, always bury the lead. She can do that with you, and there are people in Southwest Louisiana that you would totally not understand. That's the great joke we make. Having somebody who speaks traditional French try to talk to a Cajun, it's like, I know what you're saying. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, by the way.
Well, that's true because the Acadians, settled when the Brits kicked them out of Acadia and moved them down to New Orleans now, which now is, they speak very old French, which really hasn't changed to the way French is spoken now over in France.
Yeah, I always laugh.
Cool, actually.
I always say the Cajuns pass through Kentucky and Tennessee, and that will screw up almost anything in regards to both travel and language. And by the way, I get to say that because Kentucky and Tennessee saved the city of New Orleans ass in 1814, so I get to pick on them because they're our friends over here.
True.
So the thing is too, and let's talk about that connection too. So you're the safety director over there at Central Oregon Truck Company, and I was kind of curious, and I want to dig into this, that a lot of people don't understand what a safety director does. Many owner-operators, they understand safety, but they don't understand what it means to actually do that. Can you talk about the day-to-day and what that means in regards to creating a culture of safety and how how you have to become almost an educator, a teacher in that position, especially when you're onboarding or especially when new things change in regards to rules and regulations?
Yeah, I think our approach is kind of unique in that you got to believe, in my opinion, in the goodness of humanity, and it's not just limited to trucking, but trucking in particular, because they're a remote workforce. We call them our external staff because they work remote, mobile truck. But each one of them that comes here doesn't put on their bucket list to do something wrong. I think if you become cynical and believe that people don't care, people, that's a cop-out in my opinion. Most drivers, if they deviate from what an organization's expected norms are, it's because the norms weren't exposed to them and explained to them in a manner that they understand and they didn't buy in, right? When I talk to the class every week and I talk to them about why do you think our safety scores are so great and why our accident rates are so low, of course they'll always say, oh, it's the management and it's the policies. I go, no, guys. I use it as a learning moment. It starts with you. Right. I merely monitor our metrics, and I coach those that deviate from the norm. Right. And then the good news is 98 or 99% of you on a day-to-day basis do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. Whether that's how do they operate their truck in a city, how they work at a receiver or a shipper, how they work with a DOT officer. I'm really proud of our guys and gals because they're the flag bearers for who we are as a company. Yeah, I do have the normal thing that every safety director has. These are what you got to do. This is how you got to operate the truck. This is how you got to do this. But it's really cool because, I don't have to coach very often because they do the right thing every day.
It actually sets up a nice question. We were talking with Jason of Bennett Trucking about this earlier, and I asked him a question that he actually had kind of already answered, but I wanted to make sure we were on the same page. That you often discover how to make the company better, not by studying what's wrong, but by getting up close and personal with the people that are doing things right and figuring out how it is they do it, and then using them as value lessons for everybody else. Can you talk a little bit about what you have observed from the people you're working with as a way of saying, man, I'm going to make up a name here. Franklin, he really nails it. Jane really kind of gets the ball rolling in the right direction. How can we replicate what the people who are right are doing to make sure that everybody else is right? Did you hear the question in there? Because I'm not sure I did.
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. So what we do is unique. Our orientation, for example, is 4 days long. But instead of having a dedicated orientation staff, I rotate, like I'm teaching orientation this week because I still am a coach for drivers, even though I'm the director. And but what I do is, the organization's expected performance norms are what they are. They're written, they're documented, they're policies like every organization has. But the real intent of orientation are what I call soft skills. It's and by rotating it, so I have 6 people on my staff as coaches, and each coach we rotate every 6 weeks in there. And the people that are in the class will become your teammates for their life cycle with the company as long as they work here. And the real focus is to get to know who they are as a human being. What are their desires? What do they value? What are their wants in life? What are their families' wants? Is it money? Is it education? Is it understanding? Is it communication? And to bond with them on a human level, because then monitoring the metrics or the performance expectations become really easy because you know who they are as a person. You know their wife's name. You know how many kids they have. They know if their kids are in college, and they'll stay longer with the organization, and they'll do the right thing because they bond with you as a human being and they don't want to let you down.
It's funny, too, because I know that, and by the way, you and I see eye to eye on this. I think the real future of trucking is to get as young of a staff as you possibly can based on the analysis you make of the quality of their character, and then create an environment by which they not only thrive but want to stay with the company, or when they do leave, actually have nothing but good to say to the next young driver they run into. Is that a fair assessment of where you stand?
Yeah. I had a guy right now, for example, he's leaving to go be an owner-operator, and he's been with us over 10 years, and I had breakfast with him, just so he knew, and he said, hey, sorry to see you go, but I obviously wish you the best. And it was interesting, just to your point, because he said, hey, just so you know, when I see a young driver out there that wants to take up flatbed work or hasn't thought about it or wants a good flatbed company, I'm pointing them your way. To me, that's a good measure in time of who we are hoping to be.
I'll tell you this too. I'm a big fan of this as well. That you have to kind of construct the profile of the person you want to hire. That you actually, in the same way that SEOs kind of target, but when you're online, we want to target a certain audience. So how do we create a better website? How do we create better marketing to bring those people in? It's so important to figure out who it is you want sitting behind the desk, who it is you want sitting behind the wheel. What does that look like, though, for you guys? I mean, when you've kind of put together this profile of the men and the women you want driving for Central Oregon Truck.com, when you do that, what does he or she look like? I mean, what does that person incarnate?
Well, that kind of goes. It's a great question. It kind of goes to my whole idea with a soft skill set. So how you tarp a load or how you secure a load with chains or binders or straps. That is what it is. You've got to obviously comply with 393.100. But it's what we look at for the 4 days in classes. What's their work ethic? And even ironically, even though they're going to be a solo because we don't run teams in a truck, it's how do they work in a group? What's their interaction? We have on-site dormitories for them here, and an on-site deli or a grill where we have a chef that cooks breakfast, lunch, and dinner for them. And I like to go watch them there, and I really get a lot of feedback from the chef because as human beings, a lot of who we are as people is and I heard you talking about the great food coming up this weekend. It sounds like in New Orleans.
You're invited. It's the 23rd. It's the 23rd of July. And by the way, you are my first just absolute spot-on guest invite. We'd love to have you here. A lot of veterans issues being discussed on those couple of days, too. A lot of your people are going to be here. And by the way, I got a special place in my heart for the Army, having covered them as a reporter and having a father who actually raised us in that when I was growing up. Sorry, that was an aside mission. Sorry about that. Keep on going.
Nope. No, but that's cool. But when people break bread, you learn a lot about them. So what we really look at when you're talking about who are we looking at as a driving employee is, do they communicate well? Are they mission focused? Do they have a sense of urgency? Now, not cutting corners, but a sense of urgency as right now, as you guys all know, it's a tough freight climate. So that carrier that has a positive employee that's dealing with shippers and receivers and who's on time, looks presentable, doesn't look like a slob, right, is polite. That's what makes a difference. We don't hire people right out of truck school, so we just confirm that they drive the truck well on our drive test. But what we're really looking at is, are they a polished professional when it comes to doing the right thing, being where they're supposed to be, when they're supposed to be, in a polite, professional manner.
And Brad, this is Brad Bentley. I just want to ask you a question about, you're part of a bigger group now. I always butcher the name, but Dasky Companies own several flatbed carriers. And when times are tough like that, are you able to lean into the bigger network with them and share?
Yeah.
Let's call them recommended practices, not best practices from our earlier interview. But I know that's a great company. We know a lot of the other sister carriers as well.
Well, not that you should know, or maybe you don't know, but Dasky's no longer around. TFI International.
Right. TFI got
TFI
closed.
Yep.
Bought Dasky in April of 2024. Mm-hmm. They've had a very, to their credit, TFI. There's a lot of collaboration going on, but there's been no shift from who we are culturally, and we can grasp what you don't know in life, what you don't know. So you can always learn from someone that you weren't expecting to learn from. It doesn't have to be a safety professor, to be anybody. But they've been very, very open. Been a pleasure to work with. So.
But you've been able to keep your core cultural individually for Central Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Great.
Yeah, they have made no changes. Lisa Gonerman is the director of safety for SFI, the U.S. branch of TFI, and she's been here a few times. She's come and sat in orientation with me. She's made some good points on how we can improve, which everybody can improve, but she's not made, well, you got to change how you're skinning the cat. So.
I have to tell you, so I love the idea, and by the way, that's the outside of the box thinking I adore, of watching people, because I'll tell you this right now, if you're interviewing somebody for a job, and you go out to eat with somebody, how they treat the waiter or waitress tells you everything you need to know about a person to some degree. Yeah. And I wanted to kind of follow that up by saying there's a lot of people who, when they're applying for a job, can perform work ethic, are really good at what I call the performance of work ethic. How do you spot a genuine work ethic? How do you spot it? And how do you spot somebody who actually is capable of work ethic and doesn't understand exactly what that should look like because they've been trained wrong or they've been brought up wrong, and you feel like you can get them there? Because I think work ethic to some degree can be trained. To some point, it is intrinsic, but there are people who possess the skill and don't know that they have it.
Yeah, there's, and that just comes down to the whole, what I know I've been saying it, the soft skills side of it. For example, our class starts every day at 6:30. So, and inevitably you'll have one or two people that will stroll in at 6:30 too. And so I always like to introduce myself on Monday morning, and if I'm not teaching that week, and I'm Brad, I'm the safety director, and oh, by the way, if a guy comes in late, I ask you a question: are you ever late to a shipper or a receiver? And I'm asking because you came in at 6:32 and class started at 6:30. Just saying, right? Think about that, and then I'll move away from it, right? Because most people want to do the right thing, and it's really funny. Because that'll set the tone for the trainer to that individual in class, not single them out, but just subtly watch him or her. The person that I got to pay attention, they'll correct it. The person that doesn't probably won't be getting in a truck on Thursday.
It's such a good, and by the way, actually, I can see now where you can actually have somebody who has a good work ethic, but simply doesn't understand the importance of meetings. And I know people like that. There are people who will get under a hood to work on a truck, people I know who will get on the back of a truck and unload boxes until kingdom come. We have to drag them away from the work, who often don't understand that. I wanted to bounce something against you, Brad. I'm a big believer in that in order to make a living at anything and be great at it, you have to make a fan of boredom. You have to make an ally of boredom. And that if you find yourself with nothing to do, is the ability to kind of remind yourself there's always something to do in regards to pre-trip or post-trip or any of that kind of stuff. When you talk to these folks about soft skills, which are so important to you, do you make any time to talk about what I call grinding? Because there are things that you might be really good at that you still should be practicing over and over again. Is that part of the culture at Central Oregon Truck?
Yeah, we call it perfecting your craft. And I know it's used a lot in this industry, but if you're not learning something every day, whether you're a 20-year veteran driver or a guy or gal finished truck school, right? It's time for you to turn in the keys to your truck. And to your point, I'll always tell guys, so what's your focus on for this month, this week to perfect your craft? Not the safety training that I may assign to the fleet for their monthly safety training. Where are you self-analyzing yourself as a driver? Is it city driving is your issue? Is it how many steps? Like I tell guys, monitor how efficient you are, not how quick you are, how efficient you are at tarping your load, right? Can you do it in fewer steps? Do you take fewer trips around the truck? If you don't continually self-analyze your performance, and I think that's how you fight boredom, is when you finish, tell guys, when you finish, you're at the shipper and you secured it and you tarped it and you did your walk around and you went to drive and you're ready to leave, do some thinking as you're going down the road. Okay, how did that go? What did I do right? What did I do wrong? How can I improve? And I think if people are self-critical, it's funny how if individuals in the workforce, no matter what the industry is, if they're self-critical with their daily performance, the organization will continually evolve to get and it'll be baby steps, but it'll get better every day.
A couple of pieces in there, Brad, that I want to kind of touch on. The first of which is I have another way of phrasing what you just said, which is called in terms of efficiency. You need to slow down in order to speed up. Because if we want to get this done quickly, if we take our time methodically and do it, it will be done the first time and done right. That's so important. The other thing I know that is a big deal for you is that us old guys need to embrace technology, because if we're going to get the kind of younger work staff that we want to have, so many of the young people we are onboarding, even those who have vast technical skills, have kind of grown up with the repetition of using the newest and latest technology. So it really behooves your culture from a safety standpoint and from a training standpoint to make sure that anything new that is available, you make available to the people that you're onboarding, correct?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. So for us, technology is a big thing, and I'm a big believer in the truck company that has the youngest driving force and continually recruits that driving force will crush their opponents. And so I'm not against bringing old dogs like myself to orientation, but we, Central Oregon Truck Company, truly embrace, like we partnered years ago with Alios to create our company app, and everything from when they walk in that classroom, they have the same Android tablet It's not the one that's going to be in their truck, but it's identical to the tablet that will be in their truck. And so our HR system is on that tablet. All the carriers, we use Carriers Edge safety videos are on that tablet. The MyDrive COTC company app, which is where all the macros for the work floor, start your trip, arrive at the shipper, depart the shipper, all that's in there, all the mapping. So they, from day one in orientation, their whole reality is done on that tablet. And that just really facilitates a smooth transition on Thursday when they move into their trucks. And as you said, going to the younger population, that draws them to it. We use a whip around app, an app for pre-trips, for example. We got that actually from a guy that was in class. I'd never heard of it, and so we tested it, and the drivers love it. So yeah, I'm a big believer in technology will help you attract and retain a younger driving force. And we all know, unfortunately, in our industry, truck drivers are getting long in the tooth, and we have to attract those younger, early 20s, mid-20 crowd, I think, to truck driving.
Couldn't agree more. And by the way, let me do my diligence. Don't guys out there listening forget that actually Education Station, which is quickly becoming one of the longest uninterrupted segments on this show, we've been doing this for quite some time, is brought to you by Carrier's Edge. And Carrier's Edge under Jane Jazrawi is another place that has a lot of forward-thinking, technology-driven stuff. Brad Bentley has a question for you, Brad.
Now, just really a comment talking about that investment in technology. One of the observations I've made the last couple of years during the Mid-America Trucking Show, we all know Lindsay, Trent, and Dave, the great work they're doing over at the Next Generation in Trucking Association. They've been bringing in hundreds of students in that Louisville area to walk around the show floor, and they kind of set up a bingo card, a scavenger hunt type thing. And one of the booths that they come by is always ours, and we have this Kenworth T680 truck that is part of Transition Trucking. And watching those students get up in the cab and crawl around, that's the one thing that jumps out at a lot of people is there are a lot of new technologies that are rolling out. The digital
They want to
mirrors.
get their hands on it.
Exactly
I mean, that's
right.
the thing. Are you finding that when you onboard a lot of these younger people, especially the ones that are fresh out of the CDL schools, that they want to get into that truck and see all the newfangled technologies and the bells and whistles inside that cab?
Yeah, well, we don't hire anybody right out of CDL school here. We require at least 1 year of over the road experience, but we do we're very lively with interacting with the public school system here in Central Oregon. So we'll go to career days at the high schools, right, and we'll take a bobtail truck over there. And to your point, it's really funny to watch because a lot of them those younger people, they don't realize what's actually in there. So we won't just sit it there. We'll actually have the tablet and let them play around with the Android tablet, and so they can. Because I'm hoping that it instills in some of them an idea that I never thought of this as a career. So,
Brad, you mentioned the average age of a driver getting a little long in the tooth, I think were the words that you used.
The grain in. It's I call it the grain in of the industry.
Silver tsunami. There's a lot of words for it. But I'm curious. Previous guests talked about how long it takes to get a product implemented in the industry. But have you been able to, because sounds like it's a long-term investment on your part, see the average age of your driving force reduce? Do you know what that number is, or have y'all been able to track that the last few years?
The actual metrics, but I can tell you anecdotally, which I'm very pleased with, that a guy like me, I'm coming to the end of my career at my age, but I'm real just this week, even with a short week, we're running orientation. The young man there, he's a great example, I think, of what I hope is the future of the American truck driver. He's born in Mexico, moved to Tucson at 16, became an American citizen, super polite, into MacBooks. Just, it's funny. He's like 25, not married. Just to me, he's the poster child of what I'm hoping. And I don't have the exact percentage-wise, but we have a very high percentage of younger drivers in our company. And I think our technology draws them. I think technology draws them, and ironically, it seems to me, I'm a baby boomer, obviously, but the younger generation of those mid-20s, early 20s, a lot of their beliefs on who they want to be as a society kind of mirrors my old fart generation, the baby boomer.
Oh, I got to tell you, man, these kids are great, aren't they? Go ahead. I'm sorry. These kids are great, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I mean, they want an organization that values them. I mean, the old day, my day, you stay 30 years, you get a gold watch when you retire. And then the generations kind of drifted away from that. And it kind of seems to me these younger drivers were getting, that's kind of what they're looking for, which excites me, because as long as trucking is what they want to do for a career, that, that means we have longevity with them, which obviously stabilizes their organization. If you have high turnover, then, which we're lucky with that. When we were training a guy or a gal over 1 year with us, our turnover is like at 45-50%, which for an irregular route over the road flatbed.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Good.
That's really good. We got to let you go, man. Promise me, from the bottom of your heart, promise me you'll come back and we'll keep this conversation going at some point. And we'll also talk about mountain skiing, because while I'm not really,
Right.
I'm not crazy about mountain skiing, but I love cross country skiing, and I will do mountain skiing under duress. But promise me you'll come back, please, Brad.
I will, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, man. This has been Education Station, brought to you by our friends at Carrier's Edge. Radio Nemo is the place to be. We made a new friend today, Brad. That's pretty good. We're going to get him down. We're going to get him down here to the studio.
Yeah, I'd love to have another Brad. Thank you for your service, Brad. Hope you'll join us on the 23rd with maybe Brad Klepper and some other Brads in the industry.
Get a whole bunch of Brads in the conversation. Thank you, Brad, very much. We'll be back on the other side of this break. And, of course, you know what that means, right? LaRue is on the way. Double L. There she is. Larger than life. And, well, that's not a fat joke. Hey, talking about 90s albums coming up soon, dude. That's your bag. I was looking through that whole book, Lindsay, and I thought to myself, man, this is LaRue's deal.
Oh, this is me, baby. Here I am.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
It is time for hour 3 of Road Gang Radio with that lovely woman herself coming on in, Lindsay Lawler.
Hey,
and Jimmy Mack and Brad.
Oh, yeah, we're here, Kim. Don't worry about that.
Welcome back to the Lindsay Lawler and Those Guys show.
615-292-6366. Man.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
Good God Almighty. By the way, Foraught just hijacked the thread on the tube of you and had a whole bunch of stuff he had to say. But, man, there was some real conversation happening over there. Guys, come on, join the Resistance, right? Resistance at weekends at RadioNemo.com, and you can be a part of those wonderful, goofy letters that somebody is sending out from the super secret headquarters of the Resistance. Lindsay joins us this morning. Brad actually asked her over the break. I'm going to ask her right now. She cut some terrific content to preview today's show, and she did it from backstage, which was Groovy Von Groovenstein. How was last night?
Y'all, it was so great. First of all, good morning, everybody. Good morning to the Resistance. Good morning to Road Gang Radio. Good morning to BB the King. Good morning to Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre, and Madison with the T. Okay. And everybody listening. So we've covered our bases there. It was really cool. Sarah had texted me. She's like, don't forget, you got to shoot your reel today. I'm like, girl, you know I'm on it, but I'm going to do it from the Country Music Hall of Fame instead of my bedroom, because that's definitely cooler. It was amazing. That's my, I don't know, maybe 4th time to sing at the Country Music Hall of Fame. However, And I don't say that statement lightly either. That means a lot even just to say that. But last night, I curated the whole program for this event, for this conference going on. So I got to MC and be a part of the songwriter series and be a part of the band series and perform. And I had two hit songwriters come in that are from the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame, Tony Arata and Marcus Hummin. And then we flipped the switch and had a full band come in, and they were all guys that are out on the road with my drummer was with Toby Keith for almost 25 years before Toby passed, and guys with Jamie Johnson, Blake Shelton, the list goes on and on. And so we told stories from the road and then would perform that song that the story was about, kind of thing. So it was a really special night. But a career highlight for me was two specific moments. One in particular, getting to sing Here I Am, which is a Patti Loveless song. Here I am. Here I am. That song, if you remember it. It was written by Tony Arata, who wrote the dance for Garth Brooks. And I got to sing that song. So I got to sing the Patti Loveless song, as well as Cowboy Take Me Away by the Dixie Chicks, which was written by Marcus Hummin. I got to sing both of those songs with the guys who wrote them, sitting on the Hall of Fame stage. And I was able to, and you'll understand this because we talk about this a lot, I was able to sit in that moment and be like, Lindsay, you're in a moment right now. This is really special and cool. And the first thing I thought when I woke up this morning was, wow, singing Here I Am by Patti Loveless with Tony, who wrote the song at that stage, was epic. And the moment I thought that, Tony texted me and he said, I got to tell you, that was so special. And he said, thank you, my fellow troubadour. And I started crying this morning. I was just like, wow. So yeah, it was great. Thank you for asking. A great crowd, a really neat event. And the people that put on the whole event, that hired me to the entertainment, took me backstage last night and rehired me for the next event. So very pleased and proud.
By the way, I mean, you don't do a lot of emceeing. Did you have fun doing that? It's a real blast, isn't it?
It's fun, and it was a lot of fun to be. It's very different. You MC a lot of things, Jim, and I would love to come back and just be an MC, because I was the event curator, the MC, the singer, the performer, the band curator, all of it, which is a lot. And so leading up to it, I was so nervous and had total anxiety around it, because that was a lot of moving pieces. And I was talking with Mark Ebbets backstage. We had a quick, and I was like, you know what? I don't know if I like performing anymore. And he was like, what? And I was like, yeah, there's just I just feel like there's too much that's going into it. I don't ever get to just perform. But then by the end of the night, I totally retracted my statement. I'm like, yeah, no, I love it. That's great. I love it. I want to keep doing it. But here's a really great moment, I'll tell you, and I know we got some calls to go to. This is so funny, and Brad, you'll appreciate this as well. It's the very end of the night. We only have one song left, and this guy screams from the crowd. He goes, Lindsay. And so we stop. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, I've been sitting here all night trying to work up the courage to say this. And I was like, okay, what is it? And he said, I'm my 8-year wedding anniversary is coming up. And my wife told me that she wanted me to write a song for her for our anniversary. And so I did. And she's not here, but I have it on my phone. Can I get up on stage and do it with your band? And I was like, well, sir, are you a songwriter? He goes, no. And I was like, absolutely, because I want to see what's going to happen here. So he comes up, he sits down on the keyboard player, my piano player, who's an amazing pianist, and he kind of shows him the chords. And he's like, all right, follow me. The band played it with him. They obviously helped. He wasn't a great singer, but he wasn't bad. How ballsy. He sang this song with a Nashville all-star band while everyone in the crowd was filming to send to his wife. And I was like, dude, if that doesn't get you laid, I do not know what does. Kudos to you. You just sang an anniversary song that you wrote at the Hall of Fame. You've never sang on stage before. Somebody certainly will have footage that I'll share with you. But it was another moment. I'm like, and there's a lot of bands that would have been like, screw you, no, or performers. I was like, yeah, we are letting this moment happen. And it was really great. My dad, of course, then yelled from the crowd, well, I didn't know anyone could get up there. Could I play sax? And I'm like, okay, wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Actually, the way you get your dad not to do that is be like, hey, it'll be just like Bill Clinton. And then your dad would have simply sat back down.
May all the Republicans please sit down. Please sit down.
Please sit down. I wanted to tell you really quickly, I'm so glad your dad was there, by the way. That makes me really happy. Nothing is better than having those kind of... And look, everybody talks about, I want human beings to like me. I don't care if the famous people are out there. There is something about having your folks see you do stuff like that. There's something
It was very cool.
really remarkable. And, I know they're such big fans of yours. To have your parents in the house is just... Isn't it funny? It's just like, I can have a great night, but if my mom and dad are smiling in the house during that great night, it's just like the cherry on top. It's just the best thing. I'm just sorry you didn't enjoy it more. I'm sorry you couldn't appreciate what was
Well, my parents got to come backstage, and then they were sitting they stayed in seats in the very front row at the Hall of Fame. So it was neat getting to have them, and it was a late night. So I know they were tired driving home. But and my dear friend Amanda, my stylist, my husband was out of town, so that was a bummer. But it was very special. I wish you guys could have been there, and that was the only thing missing.
I got some. The reason I asked about the MC thing is that as fun as it is being an MC for a show, I can tell you right now, anybody that has ever seen the work of Elaine May and Mike Nichols, or more recently Tina Fey and Steve Martin, I am so itching to find somebody who would be willing to get up on a stage when I have to MC a show and MC a show with me. It is one. I think two people doing an MC.
We should do it together. You and I totally need to host an award show.
Well, I wasn't suggesting you. No, of course, that's what I'm talking about.
Who is she? Who is she?
What does she want? What does she want? By the way, 4-Aught says good morning. Beach Bum says good morning. Trucker Bosun says good morning. They're not telling me good morning, or BB the King good morning. And Lindsay just said good morning, my sweet friends. Well, there it is. There it is. Jump on the chat on YouTube. Be a part of the conversation. You can also give us a call. We have to do this. It's what Lindsay and I do. 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. If you do that, we'll answer the call and we'll say good morning, Dre.
Like Long Haul Paul.
Long Haul. Yay. Well, here he is. First time on the show. Hey, man.
Good morning, Long Haul Paul.
Hey. Congratulations, Lindsay. I'm really happy to hear you got to do that. I saw you set up the show on one of your social platforms, and I thought, man, that would be such a cool gig. But to be able to sing those songs with those songwriters, that has to be like a career milestone, I would imagine.
1,000% it was. I know you get that and you feel that. So yeah, it was very special. Thank you.
Yeah, Jimmy, to your point about the servers, that was an interesting conversation you had with that gentleman, because there's an article Dave Barry came out with many years ago on how to choose a mate, and it's like, and here is
I could use some tips.
I can think of a certain Irishman that could use some tips too. Moving on.
Well, if you forget everything else I say, which I have, but I didn't forget this, it was 20 or 30 years ago I read this article. If they dress down the server, run. In other words, if somebody's rude to the waitress, that is your future, right there in front of you.
Let me tell you something right now. I'm sitting here across the table from Brad Bentley of Fastport. Lindsay Lawler, of course, is over in Franklin, Tennessee, or as we call it, the greater Nashville area. And I'm telling you, the reason I am friends with both of them actually is based on that, because Brad goes to so many restaurants, so many eateries, from the highest of the highest to the lowest of the lowest. And I've been to Broken Bread with Lindsay on many occasions. I've watched a lot of people treat a lot of people who do the bringing of the water and the bringing of the bread and checking on how you're doing really, really badly. The first time I was around either one of them, they were so rude. No, I'm kidding. They were absolutely spectacular to the people that came over to the table. I don't know if you remember this, Lindsay. You were so kind when you, Frey, and I went to go get some queso, and there was such chaos in the restaurant with the little computer thing going around. Remember that?
The robot bringing the chips.
The robot bringing the chips, and it was kind of a mess. They were kind of experimenting with it, and they kept apologizing, Long Haul Paul, because it was a disaster. And Lindsay was so kind. And do you remember what she said? She's like, "Are you kidding me?
Go screw yourselves and your chips."
Oh my God, it was horrible. They had to ask us all to leave. They threw Freya out, who was the worst. No, she basically pointed out, she's like, "I'm here with a child, and you guys are putting up with me. I don't know why, you're fine. And I remember the kindness
And
of
I was
that.
talking about Jimmy.
Hey, that's exactly it. Good job on the joke, by the way. Nice way to take that setup. That's why we do it. MC together. Here it comes.
2 MCs.
And by the way, we're the MCU. We're the MC universe.
No, it's 3 MCs and 1 DJ. What's the Beastie Boys song?
That's it.
That's it. Okay. Carry on, sir.
I'm like, that's the Beastie
Two
Boys.
turntables and a microphone.
Yeah, 2 turntables.
It's
buddy.
one of the best albums of
Yeah,
the 90s,
exactly, by the way.
Yeah,
But Paul's absolutely right, Lindsay, and I will tell you that you can figure out people almost in a heartbeat by how they talk to the wait staff. It is like guarantee, as they would say over in Lafayette.
Don't date the send it back guy or girl. You can send it back once or twice. If you're sending something back or complaining every time, red flag.
Well, I'll give you one. I'll give you, or on the send back. Literally, I've literally, because my mother-in-law got a really bad dish one day, and she's very polite. And didn't know what to do. And I said, I'll handle this. And I called the waitress over and I say, we are the people that never complain. My mother-in-law wanted a steak medium. This is well done. And the waitress went, I am so sorry. And we both went, did you cook it? And she went, no. I said, then you didn't do this. I said, we just need a new steak. And they were so...
But I would like to speak to the manager. No, I'm just kidding.
By the way, and they said, would you
Call me
like...
Karen. Call me Karen.
They said, do you
Sorry,
want to
Mom.
speak to a manager? And we said, there's no reason to speak to a manager. We're good here. We have no problems. We've had great service. We had one dish that wasn't right. They sent it back. And everybody came over and they gave us free dessert. So we tipped the hell out of everybody. I mean, if you're going to send stuff back, you need to make sure you're clear that nobody on the floor is to blame. They might be, but you still got to do it that way. You don't know these people's lives. You don't know. You know what they're going through. I mean, that's kind of it. I mean,
You don't know my life.
You don't know my life. I mean, by the way, have you heard that joke, the full story of the "You don't know my life"? I don't know
No, but
your
I've-
life. The fried chicken one.
No, I've seen it with the Taco Bell commercial, or Taco Bell reel.
Yeah,
Hot sauce, but no.
What's my favorite thing with the lady orders the 20 pieces of chicken at Popeyes, and the lady behind the counter says, "This is for here to go," and she says, "You crazy? Of course it's to go." And the response is, "I don't know your life."
You don't know me. You don't know my life.
Yeah, I might eat this whole thing. I might eat it. But Paul, have you ever been around somebody treated a waiter or waitress bad?
Oh, absolutely, I have. Yes, and it's game over. And I had both of my daughters worked their way through college as servers, and now here's one time there was a gentleman here who I used to run with here at the trucking company I work for, and he was a bachelor farmer who was loaded, and he liked to go in and get one cup of coffee and then start his day. I always make my coffee in the truck, but to be sociable, I went in there and I left $1 as my tip. Now he was not specifically unkind to the waitress, but we got outside and this Ohio bachelor farmer said, "Paul, I can't see it. $1 tip on a cup of coffee," and he was just beside himself with I was just a spendthrift to this guy. But may I sneak in one quick music announcement while I have you?
Of course.
Go on.
This is Long Haul Paul, guys, and if you don't know him, go find his. If you don't know him, what's wrong with you?
Dude can
But
sing.
Go find him. Go find his music. I had the honor and privilege of judging the Truckers Got Talent competition years ago at GATS, and I circled his name 1,000,000 times to win that thing. But anyway, go on, Long Haul Paul.
So you mentioned Bennett, and great company, great people. Dave Lowry sat in with us. We were recording a live concert at Matt's in the back of a trailer, which had been converted to a bar. And Dave Lowry is going to be making a cameo. And we're coming out with a video pretty soon, Long Haul Paul live at the Old Iron Bar, full concert. It will probably only exist as a YouTube concert, but Dave Lowry, with no rehearsal, does a pretty darn respectable job on blues harmonica.
I can attest. That is true.
So be looking for that one.
Thank you, Paul.
Love that.
LHP in the house.
Hey, I really love the show. I'm so glad I found you on iHeartRadio. because now I can listen to you while I drive.
Yay! Spread the word, long haul Paul. Thank you. We're actually going to book you for an actual interview here, so I'll get back with you because you got stuff to say.
Awesome. Great talking.
You too, friend. Bye-bye. Hey, talking about sending things back. Here's the I was at
Jim.
not too long ago at an Italian restaurant, and the waitress brought my food out and put down like manicotti, or let's say, and I said, but I took a bite before realizing it wasn't what I ordered. So I take a bite and I was like, oh, I actually got, the lasagna or whatever. So I flagged the waitress. I'm like, actually, this wasn't what I ordered. That one's okay because it was a completely different dish. She goes, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. She picked it up and she took it over to a different table and put it down. And I was like, oh my God, what do I do? I didn't say anything. I was so dumbfounded that I was like, I'm just going to see if that person eats it. It was just one bite off the end of like a manicotti, What do you do? I don't know. That's ballsy, I guess.
What do you do? I mean, by the way, Brad, what would you do? I mean, you go to a lot of restaurants. If you saw that happen, would you?
This wouldn't happen at the kind of restaurants Brad goes to.
Oh, not true.
I don't know. I mean, because I've been to some holes in the wall with our good friend Brad. He's a Bourdain guy. It's
That's true.
From the pantsiest of the fants to the sloppiest of the Joes. But I mean, what would you do?
Yeah, I guess you would hope it sink down in the red sauce and just go on about your day, right?
That's what I think, because that person ate it, guys. So I'm guessing maybe you just didn't see it. But luckily, I am a relatively clean human being. Relatively.
Oh my God. Okay, I want to talk a little bit more about what happened last night as well. How nervous were you? And were you more nervous at any parts than you were at other parts? Or did once it get started, the gasoline simply get going? Because one of the other problems is you're not just doing one thing that night. You're not just emceeing. You're not just singing. You're not just coordinating. You're doing all of that stuff. Were you able to kind of temper your nerves once it started, or did it turn into like each individual moment had its own fraught peril of gut punch?
The latter one. Because, I'm honestly, my main nerves, it's never about performing, which is kind of a bummer because the performance part I can do in my sleep because that's what comes naturally to me. That's what lights me up. It's the for me, making sure the client is happy. There's so many people who have flown in and have paid a lot of money, and this is their one night of big entertainment, and I'm in charge of that, and I can somewhat make or break somebody's whole experience. And that, to me, it's like singing at weddings or funerals. That's like you have to be like, oh my gosh, I could really mess this up for somebody's like future memory. And so that, to me, is what makes me anxious. The minute I realized the client was over the moon, I let my guard down and was happy. And actually, Mark Evitz, who played fiddle for me last night, he said that afterwards. Friend of the show. He's an Emmy Award winner. He said that a guy from the crowd came up to him as he was packing his stuff up, came at the stage, and he said, I just have to tell you, this night changed my life. He goes, I've never experienced something like that and felt so like I got to be behind the curtain and see what's going on. He said, it changed my life. I want to know he goes, I want to know everything about everyone on stage. And the minute I heard that, and the minute the client said to me, they said, all of our guests will go home saying this is the best event we've ever done. And I was like, okay, I can relax. But I'm going to feel that way, I feel like, every time. Even though I have confidence in myself, I know I can pull it off, I know I can do it. But it's that feeling of, and Brad, you do so many events. You know that feeling, Brad, of like, wow, I could really screw this up or make somebody's whole experience, right?
Yeah, it's a sense of responsibility, and
That's
kind of
it.
a follow-up from yesterday's show. We're talking about when something gets canceled. I think you mentioned like Luke Combs, for example, and all those people that come in, it's a big deal for them, and you have to wear that on your shoulders. But 2 or 3 minutes into it, you can read the crowd, and you can usually tell if people are responding, and you can relax a little bit. But I get the same butterflies all the time.
I always forget his name.
It's Brad Bentley.
Yeah.
Brad Bentley.
No, I still haven't got it. I've been working on it for a while. I want to call him Bent Bradley. The Eagles. There was a guy in the Eagles who, in the original Eagles, who sang "Take It to the Limit," and it's one of the most telling moments in that documentary, where you end up, if you're a person who doesn't care about how people perceive things, you think that Don Henley and Glenn Fry are complete a-holes. The guy who sings "Take It to the Limit," which is the song they would always end the show with.
Randy Meisner.
Randy Meisner was constantly complaining was constantly complaining about the fact that his voice wasn't where it should be and he wasn't feeling it that night, and he'd go on, and they had canceled a couple of them. And it's on the video where literally Fry loses it. And Fry says, this is back in the late 70s, early 80s. He says, listen, man. He said, this is Tucson. And he said, it might not be a big deal to you. He said, but there are people who are coming here from Oklahoma and from Texas and from Colorado, people who have been buying our albums for the better part of a decade. He said, and they never get a chance to see us. And he said, people have flown in, have driven in, have literally taken their hard-earned money to be here tonight and be a part of this show. And he's like, listen to me, Randy, if you're not willing to go out there and sing that song, you're done. You're done here. And he said, you can't be serious, can you? And literally, Don Henley, who is a much more sinister character than Fry ever was like, I'm totally with Glenn here.
Shirley, I'm serious. Don't call me Shirley.
By the way, Naked Gun is coming out with Liam Neeson. By the way, I'm very excited about that.
August 1st.
No, that's because
they fired him.
Even down to your point, Jim. Even down to you guys know I used to play at Tootsie's for a long time downtown on Broadway, and I remember there was another girl that I played with, and she would get so annoyed when someone would come up and they'd be like, $20. Can you play? Stairway to Heaven, whatever. Stairway to Heaven's a joke because that one's really long, but whatever. Lynyrd Skynyrd.
You'd be awesome, by the way.
She would get so mad if it was a song she didn't want to sing, and I'll never forget. That was like 17 years ago, and I'll never forget looking at her in that moment and being like, "Shame on you! These people are the reason you're here. If there's no crowd here, what are you doing? And all they want to do is have a good time. And you know how to sing the song, and you're a singer. Play the damn song. It's 3.5 minutes of your life." Or 7 minutes of your life. It's Stairway to Heaven. Either way, it doesn't matter. But like, I just that was my biggest joy about downtown Broadway, because it's like whether there's one people there or it's one person there or packed house, those people there are there to have a good time, period, and hear music. And if you can't get on board with that, whatever stage you're on, from the littlest to the bigs, then you need to pack it up.
I'm going to say this as we bring our next caller in. A friend of mine gave me great advice. Why does it have to be better than good enough? Because no one has to be there. And we know, by the way, Long Haul Paul, we know Beach Bum, we know we know guys, all of you guys are here because you want to be here, because you want to spend time with us. And if we don't...
We are not holding any of you down. There's only 2 that I have trapped in my basement. Other than that, everybody here is with their free will.
Don't talk about those people down there. If we don't talk about them, they're not down there. We got a phone call, don't we?
Let me out! Who's on the phone?
Who is it? Bruce Almighty. Bruce Almighty. Almighty Bruce, it's good to have you. And by the way, you're not in the basement. What's going on?
Oh, I'm just driving. I just delivered some pins at the March of Wall for you.
The Mart of Wall. The
Mart of Wall. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you for a shopping moment.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. I love it, by the way. I love I hate it when they don't look at my receipt. It makes me angry. Am I that boring that you think there's no way this bozo stole anything? Thanks, Lindsay. Is that a fat joke? Here we go. Go ahead. It is a fat joke. Thank you for confirming that, by the way. Now I'm very self-conscious of my weight. I'll be dead in a half an hour. Go on.
Good. I'll finally get the show to myself. What's going on, Bruce?
We were talking about the Bradleys in the restaurant. I mean, the complainers.
Yes.
Sorry, just had to do that. I worked in the restaurant for, 35 years, I guess. And you talk about complainers and everything. And I remember at Denny's, that was my main place. And you'd have your usual complainers, and the ones I enjoyed were like maybe the family groups, and maybe the mom wasn't too happy, or yet, the ladies are going to speak their mind. So,
ladies gonna be ladies.
They're gonna be ladies. So they're complaining and everything. I gotta go. I'm the manager. I gotta go talk to them, and you gotta listen. The main thing is you have to listen. Don't interrupt. Listen, and allow yourself to go fix the mistake. Okay, yeah. You go back, you fix it. Everything's good. You offer. You want a piece of cheesecake. You want a chocolate cake. What do you want? And then everything's good. Everything's good. And then in my mind, I always said, I would look at the husband and in my mind go, my work's done. You got to take her home.
Yeah, bless your heart. Good luck with
poor
your
bastard.
life decisions.
But by the way, my dad would always watch that kind of stuff unfold at a Denny's, and then if we had the same waiter, the waiter would come over and he'd be like, "They stiffed you, didn't you?" And he goes, "Oh my God, they stiffed me." And he'd be like, "I doubled. It's fine." And he'd always turn to me and be like, "How can you stiff somebody at a Denny's, given the size of the check?" It goes back to Long Haul Paul's point too. How dare you tip them $1? Gee, I wonder why you're an old bachelor with money and nobody will marry you. I'm shocked. Shocked.
And then it's like the people that complain about the free stuff. My free cake is cold. Like, I can do nothing.
It's an
with
ice
you.
cream pie, lady. Of course it's cold. Bruce Almighty, we got to take a break. What a nice way to end this first half hour. Well, the third half hour of
Let
Road
them eat
Gang Radio.
cake.
First half hour of Lindsay Lawler being here. Be safe, Bruce.
Love you, Bruce.
Thank y'all. Have a good day. Love y'all.
I am really excited about our next guest because he's been with us before, and now we're
He's
moving.
back.
And we're moving into Lindsay country. I knew a lot of these albums as well, too, but I kept thinking, oh, I bet you Lindsay loves this one. I bet you Lindsay loves this one. A lot of the music that you really love, Lindsay, I noticed is all popping up in there. A lot of the stuff that you reference in country and western music news was popping up all in there, too. Who we got coming up, by the way?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Gary Graff, who's a legendary music journalist. He was on with us last month talking about the 501 essential albums of the 80s. But now, babies, we're talking the essential albums of the 90s. He's an award-winning music journalist based out of Detroit. He's got amazing stories. He's a regular contributor to Billboard, et cetera, et cetera. We'll talk more about. We'll give the bony feeties when he shows up here. But we're going to dig into, and this always sets up, Jim, as you know, debatable opinions are like, what? Everyone's got them.
Some smell worse than others.
And some smell worse than others. But we're going to have we loved having him on last month, so this is a great returning guest. We're going to dig into the 90s. This is my era. Let's go. Gary Graff joining us next. We're going to take a teeny tiny break. We'll be right back. Phone Master Dre and Madison with the T get us out of here.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
In trucking, financial security and retirement isn't a guaranteed destination. That's why Truckers Wealth is here. A financial hub designed for you, Truckers Wealth combines expert advice and tailored solutions. Tax-free wealth plans grow your nest egg. Guaranteed income retirement accounts provide stability, and no market risk accounts protect your investments. That's hard-earned money, a steady stream of income, reliable growth. That's a retirement. That's a destination worth investing in. That's Truckers Wealth. Truckers-wealth.com. Experts dedicated to your success.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, Catskills, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
It's time to talk 90s music on Road Gang Radio at the beautiful Degas House at the Fast Forward Studios. Take it away, Jimmy.
By the way, as a journalist, he's got a name that comes straight out of the 1940s and 50s in regards to making a deadline. Gary Graff is the author of 501 Essential Albums of the 80s and 501 Essential Albums of the 90s, which is what we're talking about today, where Gary and a cast of fellow music journalists, ink-stained wretches, present the most pivotal, impactful, and best albums of each decade across multiple genres: pop, rock, hip-hop, R&B, metal, country, alt-rock, and more. From the mega hits that everyone knows or owns to obscure yet influential albums, these are the albums that defined, as in the first book, the 80s, and now we're pivoting to the 90s and made both artistic and commercial impact. essentially, these are 501 albums that stand the test of time. It's organized by year. There are knowledgeable opinions and reasons why each one is picked, as well as label, release date, and all the other stuff, the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side. In case you don't remember Gary, and how could you have forgotten him, he's an award-winning music journalist out of Detroit with some amazing stories. He's a regular contributor to Billboard, the Cleveland Plain Dealer, Media News Group, Ultimate Classic Rock, The Consequence of Sound, and other publications, as well as radio stations in the Motor City and in, well, I would call it Beer City, Milwaukee. He's written books on rockers ranging from Alice Cooper to Neil Young. Welcome back to the show, Gary Graff.
Hey there. How are we?
Oh, we're doing great, man. It's good to have you back.
I will point out, by the 90s, we were done with being ink stained. We were largely onto keyboards by then.
Oh, good point.
80s, we were still in ink. 70s, we were in hammers and chisels and stone tablets. So.
Stone tablets. Well, Gary, welcome back. We had such a great time to get into 80s with you, although I was really just like, can we get on to next month because I need to talk about the 90s with all due respect to the 80s. But so very excited to have you back, and your opinion, your expertise here is exciting because I just want to dive in first of all because the 90s were such a cultural pivot going from analog to digital, MTV, Napster, and such a shifting climate. I'm wondering how that influenced your picks here because what is your reaction to critics who say, if they do, that that 90s music perhaps was the last maybe authentic era before streaming? Is that fair to say, or no?
I don't know that I call it the last authentic era of music. I think there's still plenty of authentic music past the 90s, even up till today. It was and
authentic, yes, but. Yeah, is it the last time though before we shifted to like all the noise? I guess I'll say of the extent.
Very much so. I write in the intro to this book that this is the last golden decade of the album.
Mm-hmm.
This was after we got Napster, after we got streaming, we really went back to a song oriented consumption of music. There's still albums, of course, but in the 90s we were still excited about albums. It was the primary vehicle for consuming and listening to music. And that, and then, as we said, at the end of the decade, you're getting Napster, you're getting P2P, you're getting file sharing. That led to streaming and led to a whole different world order in listening to music. So I would say the 90s is the last decade of the authentic album experience.
I wanted to kind of follow that up and follow up the technology aspect because we want to get to the music. In the 70s and 80s, if you wanted to be your own DJ, you needed a cassette player and a whole lot of patience. As we move through the 90s, everybody almost becomes their own personalized DJ because they can begin, after the album begins to slowly fade out, they can begin to assemble their own version of what a playlist looks like. They can do it, and they can do it very quickly. And this kind of goes back to it. This is like the last hurrah of like getting in a line, standing outside, and picking up an album and then a CD on the moment of release and kind of devouring the album and looking for meaning inside of what is the overall feel of this thing, what are they going for. It becomes more about songs again. That's kind of what you guys are getting at, right?
Yeah, it was very much still an old school type of experience of immersing yourself in a long playing musical experience. That's really what we still had that going on in the 90s, and long player even took on a different definition because it was all CDs. Vinyl was gone, cassettes were going, so it was CDs, and a lot of artists felt the need to use all 70 minutes available on that CD, sometimes to a fault. Not everybody has a 70-minute album in them. That's the equivalent of what in the 70s and the 80s would have been a 2-record set. So but you still were immersing yourself in that long, complete experience with one artist.
Okay, speaking of immersing yourself, I want to talk about an album that won 9 Grammy Awards, Album of the Year. It made it the youngest artist to win the award at that time for Best Rock Album, Best Female Rock Vocal Performance, and Best Rock Song, and Best Long-Form Music Video. I'm talking about It's Like Rain on Your Wedding Day. Okay, this album, Jagged Little Pill by Alanis Morissette. I'm curious your take, Gary, on, like, that was such an iconic record. It defined a lot of my life. I feel like it's now out in musical form. But why does something like that? How can and I know that once we come out with something that's that big and that becomes that anthemic, whether anybody knew the success it was going to have or not, the follow up is obviously very hard. And Alanis, after that record, there wasn't something ever as big as that. Why is that? How can something like that be so amazing and then we don't have anything like that record from her again?
Well, I think when you do scale those heights, and this could even be true of Michael Jackson with Thriller, as popular as the follow-ups were to that, not many artists, very few and almost none, in fact, achieved those heights back to back to back to back. It's hard, and it's lightning striking. So Alanis Morissette hit just at the right moment. We liked our angst in music again. We wanted the pain. She had us in what she did in the theater, and You Ought to Know. And it just connected. And we were ready, too, I think, for a big female artist. We had them in the pop world, but the rock world really did need, at that point, the alternative rock world especially, needed a good, strong female standard bearer. And so Jagged Little Pill dropped just at the right time, and it just doesn't happen, back-to-back. Scaling the kind of heights you just described with her, with the Grammys and the sales and everything. Bare Naked Ladies even will talk to you about how Stunt, their album during the 90s, their big hit album, which was 4 million. It wasn't as big as Jagged Little Pill, but they realized at the time, we won't get here again. Let's just keep it. This is our ticket to make the kind of music we want to from here on out. And I think Alanis Morissette did that. I don't think I think she walked away from the Jagged Little Pill experience feeling empowered, licensed, maybe a little nervous, but ultimately understanding that this was literally lightning striking. I can't control that. I'm going to make my music and let the proverbial chips fall where they may. And she still has had plenty of success. And, she's been touring the last few years doing sellout business, mostly on the strength of Jagged Little Pill. And I think the smart artist does recognize that. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, which, by the way, is fine. You make a record like that, you've done your Picasso piece for the world. You could go live your life, go forth and prosper. So totally fine. It's kind of that moment. Now you get to be like, now what do I want to do forever? And she's doing some really cool work and a lot of cultural and prolific work out there, right, Jim?
And if you're smart, you then do it on your own terms.
Yes, exactly.
Listen who you are, whether you're Alanis Morissette or Nirvana or Smashing Pumpkins or Oasis or Garden Rose or whoever.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that, too, that ends up happening, that a lot of people had figured out the lesson from earlier decades, too. A lot of people would have these big hit albums and then end up broke 5 years later because they never could recapture it. A lot of these people end up a lot smarter and saying, as it happens with Bare Naked Ladies and with Alanis Morissette, the idea that this ain't going to happen again. It's almost as if people got managers in the 80s and 90s who were like the guy that stood behind the Roman emperor after the triumph and whispered in their ear, remember that all men are mortal and that all fame is fleeting. I want to kind of go back to an earlier period because there's an argument to be made that 91, and it's 90 or 91 when we get the Tale of the Two Flannels, Nirvana and Pearl Jam. It come out at the exact same time, and that kind of really dictates policy for a lot of what rock becomes. And there are bands, however, that do continue, U2, REM from the 80s, but a lot of bands that show up in the early 90s who end up kind of dominating the scene with a pressure to release monster albums over and over again does kind of weigh upon them, and they try to keep up with it, right?
They did, sure. And those are great. Pearl Jam and Nirvana, that was 91, but it was actually something that began during the late 80s, because that's when we had Alice in Chains emerge from Seattle and Soundgarden, and it was, during 88, 89, we started to feel the sea change, in rock especially, into something a little bit heavier, a little bit darker and dirgier, but then you did have Nirvana and Pearl Jam blast off into mega platinum territory, just become sensations, and these were artists that struggled with that. They did not want to be rock stars. They did, but they wanted to be rock stars on their own term, and they didn't want the kind of adulation or mania that they wound up experiencing. And both of those bands especially really grappled with it, and it became very awkward. And of course, in the case of Nirvana and Kurt Cobain, it became tragic when he committed suicide. Pearl Jam handled it in their own way, and they had a lot of awkward moments throughout the 90s. But this was where you did have music that had a very serious intent and a very darker kind of mood and countenance to it. And if those artists wanted to stay true to where they were coming from musically, it was always in direct opposition to what the music business made them into.
So, Gary, last night I got to perform at the Country Music Hall of Fame, and I performed with Tony Arata, who wrote the dance for Garth Brooks. And we got into a long discussion. I told him that I was going to be on the show with you today, and so we got into a discussion. And then backstage, and the makeup artists were debating which, she's 40, debating with somebody. We had somebody in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 60s, and 70s, all backstage debating albums last night because of your interview today, which was kind of a fun scene. But we got into, first of all, talking. Well, I'll ask the first question, going back to the dance and Garth Brooks, because that song, the dance, came out in 1990, but it was on the tail end of the album, the self-titled album that came out in the late 80s. But then No Fences comes out later that year. A whole new record comes out in August that year, back when they were putting out, these big banger records. So let's talk about the country scene in the 90s, because 90s country, to me, is everything. Is everything, and it's a feeling though. So can you talk about why anybody who's listening who is a 90s country fan? I think even if you're not a country fan, you can. Well, no, I'm going to take that back. It's a feeling for me because I grew up listening to it. But whether you're a fan of it or not, you know what I'm talking about, Gary, that there's some sort of feel, there's some sort of sound that they were capturing on the popular 90s records. What was it they were putting in the crack pipe that we were smoking at that time?
90s country became rock and roll, is what happened. And it started in 89, the very famous class of 89 with Garth and Clint and Alan, and all the rest of the guys, Travis. But it became. You're talking about a group of artists here, who, and it extends to the Dixie Chicks, later in the decade, Winona Judd when she went solo. These were artists that were raised on both country and rock and roll, and they found a way to incorporate elements of both into what you'll remember the radio format when it was called New Country. Okay, and that was an interesting time period too.
Yeah.
We could talk hours about this, but the establishment of branding something of the brand New Country was essentially to say there was something wrong with old country, and you almost completely wiped out a couple generations of country music in launching, this new form of country music. But what they had was a rock and roll attitude and a little more of a pop savvy, if you will, mainstream pop savvy type of approach to making country music, but they still kept the twang. There was still steel and fiddles and banjos as part of the sound, but it rocked. And the production clarity was it was brighter and crisper, and the sound of country music sounded much more contemporary in the 90s. So, and you had a bunch of great artists, great personalities, as well as great artists who were also putting on great live shows. It wasn't just people, standing around picking and grinning anymore.
Yeah.
You know, Garth Brooks, Clint Black, all these guys were putting on arena rock shows, and they made country relevant to a much younger audience. And again, very quickly, it just wasn't that country necessarily capitulated to rock and roll. It just found a way to bring that attitude and that flavor into established country music sounds.
Well, and it's fun. I just want to say it real quick, and then to Jim, to your question. But Gary, last night, since you mentioned the Dixie Chicks, I was also performing with Marcus Hummon, who wrote "Ready to Run" and "Cowboy Take Me Away," and he told a great story into "Cowboy Take Me Away," how he wrote "Ready to Run" with them before they were the Dixie Chicks that we came to know, before they were the chicks that we came to know, but about how he wrote with them on "Ready to Run," and they were just at a coffee shop, and then got the call back to write with them when they wrote Cowboy. And he's like, and then that time, which was not very long after, he's like, at that point, I had to drive an hour out of town. There were armed guards at a gated community. He said that's the switch flipped so quickly. But I think that's to your point of the sound, that it was like all of a sudden we heard something that we didn't know. So to your point, I love that take of we country became rock and roll then, and it was literally like a switch flipped almost, and everything skyrocketed. So Jim, that's that feeling we talk about. So I love hearing the stories behind the songs and what was going on and what was going through the minds of even Natalie. Like, oh, now we were the Dixie Chicks, now we're the Dixie Chicks. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Exactly.
I found this wonderful video of Merle Haggard impersonating everybody from Johnny Cash to Glenn Campbell, all these different artists, and then eventually all the artists that he was impersonating come out and they join him on the stage. What I noticed was they kept cutting back to the audience, and the audience, of course, was sitting down and applauding politely for these moments as if they were in a theater. And the people you guys are talking about, and you brought this up, I began to realize as I was looking at all those albums, the debt that is owed to Chris Christopherson, by the way. I just want to say, the idea of that first kind of, I almost think that he becomes kind of a bridge for a lot of these people of how do you create a rock and roll atmosphere with a country and western show. And and Brooks, of course, Garth Brooks, of course, becomes kind of the master of it. But there really is a sense that they seem to come out of nowhere. There are antecedents, but part of the novel, would you say part of the novelty of all of that, where it just explodes? We've heard explodes on the scene. Was there that feeling around that? I remember being like, where did all these country guys come from in the top 40? I'm hearing it everywhere now. I was, once again, in Athens, Georgia, hearing all this stuff. Did it just kind of happen overnight? Is there a switch flip that causes this?
Well, I think if you were having covered it as a journalist in real time, I remember when we went through in the 80s, these various attempts with the kind of brand at the time was "This Country's Rockin'," and you had acts like Foster and Lloyd and Sweetheart to the Rodeo, and it never entirely connected. And it really was. I think it was more a function of industry as much as the music, that they found the right brand for a new country format, new country, young country. Where the way they were branding it, and that got listeners and fans to pay attention, especially teenagers, people in their 20s, like, oh, young country, I'm young. I'm gonna
Great marketing.
And then you had this disenfranchised part of the rock world that was more about the Bob Segers and the Bruce Springsteens and the John Mellencamp's and those type of singer-songwriter-based artists, and we're not connecting with Nirvana and Pearl Jam and grunge and alternative rock, but they were getting it from Garth Brooks, and getting it from closer to that feeling with Alan Jackson and Travis Tritt and those artists, Vince Gill even at the time, Lyle Lovett coming along. That was closer to that kind of rock they loved than Kurt Cobain was. Go ahead.
No, I was actually just going to remind people of the title of this book. It's 501 Essential Albums of the 90s, and to give people a perspective on how wonderful this book is, it's all organized by, it's a chronological, year-by-year deal, but you will often have stuff like Neil Young's Harvest Moon, a magnificent album, and by the way, he'd been doing it a long time, right up against, and it's right next to, on the same page, the debut self-titled Rage Against the Machine. And I just love the fact that it's as if there's something about the 90s, and I would love your take on this, the idea that a lot of trends that have been building up for decades, for like, from the late 50s all the way to that moment, and everything, everywhere, all at once seemed to be happening at that moment, where you could have a classic like Harvest Moon come out at the same time as Rage Against the Machine debuts. Is that a fair assessment, that a lot of things kind of bubbled up and all of them kind of tried to fight for position while at the same time acknowledging there was room for everybody for the first time?
Yeah, that's a great read of it. Sounds like you read the introduction to the book, which I appreciate. That was part of the magic of the '90s, is how much different music was going on, and how good, so much of it was. I mean, you had people like U2 puts out one of their best albums ever, Achtung Baby. Tom Petty puts out Wildflowers. At the same time, you did have Nirvana, Nevermind. You had Pearl Jam's first 3 albums. You had that whole Britpop wave that came about with Oasis and Blur and bands like that. You had the real rise of gangster rap, creating its own subgenre within the hip hop world. You had the new movement of boy bands, God help us, and then you had electronic music, which was really it went from electronic music being Kraftwerk and Tangerine Dream to being the new disco, electronic dance music, and creating real artists and real personalities within that realm. So yeah, we were all over the place in the 90s, just like we were today. And the 90s really was the introduction of that kind of aesthetic, that there's all this different kinds of music, and now it's accessible to all of us.
So how do you we've been talking about, we've been talking about the Country Music Hall of Fame versus the Rock and Roll Music Hall of Fame, which I want to ask you a question about here in a second. But I just rewatched the Defiant ones recently, the Dr. Dre documentary, which was so good, and I stand up watching that because I'm like moving around my house and I was amped up. But so in this time with, rock blending with country, as we've been talking about, with hip hop going mainstream this time, how do you approach those genre blurring moments when picking essential records? Because also, like I said, there's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is allowing country people in, but Country Hall of Fame doesn't necessarily allow rock in, which is something we debate about a lot right here. But so when we're talking the genre blurring moments, with it being so across the board, was 90s more difficult to, I say, narrow it down? 500 albums is a lot, but still to narrow it down, is that harder in the 90s versus the 80s because of the genre blurring?
They were about the same, because the issue you had in the 80s that was different was you had significant artists putting out significant albums almost every year. By the time we got to the 90s, the industry across the board, whether it was rock, country, R&B, or whatever, had accepted the idea that you can take a couple of years, 3 years, in some cases more, and not risk losing your audience. So the output wasn't quite the same. Yes, there were a lot of albums we considered. I think the spreadsheet was something like 2,600 albums that we looked at from which to whittle down to the 501. And
Wow.
because there were more genres, it gave us more artists and more albums. But in the end, you just take the albums on their own merits and their own impact. So something like Dr. Dre, The Chronic, really gets the same weight as, Emmylou Harris, Wrecking Ball, or Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces, or Tom Petty's Wildflowers.
Oh my God, so good.
But you just have to think, or Santana, Supernatural. You just have to think about what that album was qualitatively, and also the impact it made and its importance as part of the decade. So really, just because there were more genres, I don't think we felt a different charge in the way we judged it.
Gotcha.
We just had to grapple with a big long list and argue about it.
And the fact, by the way, that the Southern Harmony and Musical Companion is the most badass album in the world to walk across a hot asphalt while going to get a cold beer that has ever been written, while sexy people walk in the other direction.
Very specific.
I have to tell you, man. Go ahead.
I want to throw in that, so, we had this is a good example of all that. Black Crowes, the first couple albums, we really had to make a decision there, and which one? Shake Your Moneymaker, obviously the big breakthrough, great rock and roll record, but I went with Southern Harmony because I just felt like that was the album that established the Black Crowes and the Black Crowes sound.
Yeah, because it felt like they were here to stay. Really quickly, our good friend.
Great differentiation, though. What great album versus what establishes the sound.
Oh, that's a good one, too. Brad Bentley has a question before we get out of here. The guy who actually is the president of the company that's sponsoring this studio is
the
here
guy
this
who
morning.
pays for the studio, Gary, so we have to take his question.
Better answer this right.
No, not a question. But this list came together. One of the ones in my mind was actually "Shake Your Moneymaker" from the Black Crowes, which I think came out in '90.
Yeah.
And what I remember about that, I'm a Southern rock guy, right? You mentioned keyboards at the beginning of this segment, and Chuck Leavell played keyboards on that album. There's actually a tie into Lindsay Lawler because he was in the audience at the U.S. Capitol when she sang at the Capitol Christmas tree lighting.
Well, he picked my song. That's how I got to play at it.
Yes.
There you go.
Shameless plug.
All kinds of groovy stuff. Gary, please come back. We'll just make up reasons for you to come back. We'll just invent.
I just want to nerd out with Gary every day of my life.
Anytime.
We're going to invent topics. Gary Graff is the author of 501 Essential Albums of the 80s and 501 Essential Albums of the 90s, along with a whole bunch of other, journalistic miscreants. And by the way, I count myself among them. You can find.
By the way, I'm sorry, but make sure this is also, Jim, before you finish out where to find it, the artwork is so, just remembering there's nostalgia in just the artwork. We didn't even get into that. So this makes not only a great reference book, but a great coffee table book, a great conversation starter. Have it out when you have dinner parties. Trust me, then you don't have to figure out small talk with people you don't like. Carry on, Jim.
By the way, you can find him on the X, formerly known as Twitter, at Graff on Music, GARAFFON Music, and then on Facebook on Gary Graff on Music. Head on over there. Thank you, Gary. As always, you're welcome back anytime, my friend.
All right, so extend the invitation, and I'll be there.
All righty.
Thank you.
We're going to bounce back on the other side of this. We got another friend of the show returning, correct, Lindsay?
Yes, Elena Stacy is joining us next. A great folk, Americana, country, genre-less. We're going to talk about genre-less situations with her because you hear a little bit of a lot of it going on with Elena. She's coming back with new music. We will be right back.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Yippee-ki-yay, brother. We are going into the 4th hour of the show. Road Gang Radio Live. Give us a call. Later on, we'll have some free space, but we're about to talk music again with Jimmy and Lindsay.
Woo! Take it away, Lindsay. Woo!
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Such a cool conversation with Gary Graff. Love having him on. Love diving into 90s albums with him. Make sure you go check him out. You can find him on Facebook at Gary Graff, on music.com, a award-winning music journalist. I love to nerd out with him. And speaking of nerding out, I'm excited to nerd out with our next guest, Elena Stacy. Not because she's a nerd, because she's a badass, but she's a nerd when it comes to music.
Nerd.
I mean that as a compliment
Nerd.
because she's all in. She loves what she does. She's been on with us before, talking about her last record when we had her on. I think it was last year, Jim, when we had her on, about her release of her EP Day. She's doing a really cool project where the new record that we're getting a sneak peek into, the new EP, which comes out July 18th. She'll be playing a show in Nashville on the release day, which will be fun. We're going to dive into that. Elena is a really beautiful voice. I was listening, actually, Jim, last night. I was listening to her new single, Insomnia, while I was driving home.
Good
It was
stuff.
like...
Good
it was
stuff.
so good, but I'm driving home from the Country Music Hall of Fame. It was midnight. It was dark. I was listening to Insomnia and getting insomnia, thinking about having to go to bed. I knew I was on such a high, and I'm like, oh my God, she's in my bones right now. Her voice is haunting, and I mean that as the highest compliment. She returns now. So glad to have you back. This is a fusion of, which we're going to talk about, Americana, folk, classic songwriting, country. We're going to talk about throwing the word genre out the window and just singing from your soul. She does this so well. Good morning. Please make welcome back to the show, friend of the show, Elena Stacy. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Wow, I feel really good about myself right now.
Now live up to it.
Kind words.
Now live up to it. That's your job.
By the end of this, you'll hate yourself. Don't worry. By the end of this, we'll tear you down.
That's okay. That's my job.
Perfect. I'll get right back to that perfect comfort level.
Fantastic.
Hi, thank you so much for having me back. I'm so glad to chat with you guys again.
Well, I'm so happy to have you. And this concept situation, when you have dawn, day, and dusk, a three chapter emotional journey, so to speak, of these EPs you're releasing. I love this take, and I want to start here since I mentioned it, the genre bending. We talk a lot on this show about stop putting me in a box. Nobody puts Elena in a box. And do you feel that with these projects you're releasing? Because as I was listening to your music as a whole, I'm like, I can't put my finger on exactly what it is, and that makes me happy. Do you when you go into create, are you able just to create and take off the labels of who and what is Elena and be like, what is lighting me up today, and go for it? Are you hopefully able to do that?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm so glad to hear that it makes you happy not being able to quite put me into a box, because that's something that I've struggled with ever since moving to Nashville and starting this whole journey. And so I really do enjoy kind of meeting each song every time I go in, either to a co-writing session or just to sit down to write by myself, not having any goal, just there to see what comes out. And I mean, I don't think there's anyone in the whole world who only listens to one type of music. Maybe there is, but I think most people that I know,
that person is
have
boring.
A wide variety. Yeah, exactly. I think most people have a wide variety of taste, and so I think it's a little bit crazy to think, oh, I'm only going to have one sound that comes out of me when there are so many things that go into it, And so I'm so glad to hear that that it makes you happy to not really know how to label the songs or how to label the EPs, because that's the whole point, right? Is, like you said, throwing genre out the window and finding a different way to group these songs together that feels right and feels good and evokes that emotional sense.
Well, it's funny because this is okay. Now here's my cosmic brain.
Ooh,
at work.
Yay! Let's go.
Yeah, let's get right into it.
Let's get up and get down. I want to point out the fact that I believe that when you're steeped enough in musicology, when you actually have enough references to kind of pull from, that all songwriting is in of itself, and all artistic creation is an act of creating a seance where you create a space in which you introduce an object, a lyric, a bit or a piece from something that brings you joy, and you attempt to summon the spirit of what was once there into said piece, and therefore bring life into it. The titles of these albums, Dusk, Dawn, Day, in many ways, have that sense of of movement, kind of moving through time and space to kind of create something that takes us forward at the same time. When you're writing these songs, when you're writing something like Insomnia, and I believe it's an easy answer in regards to are you possessed by the spirit when you sing? Of course you are. But the other question is when you create them, when you're writing them, are you cognizantly aware of the spirits and the energies that you are calling upon from the past to infuse the song with the present meaning to bring us into the future?
Yeah, what an awesome question. Oh my gosh. I want to say most of the time, yes. I think
and the other times I'm drunk. Yeah. Oh no, sorry.
Exactly. no. But I do, I think there's kind of both going on because I guess unfortunately, but maybe also fortunately, sometimes this job is part of the machine, right? Like it's like we got to get these songs out, we got to write more songs, we got to put more music out, and I'm glad that there's music out there for us all to hear, but sometimes it can feel a little bit like rather than invoking that spirit and writing what comes out, sometimes it can be like, all right, here we are, we got together to do this, what are we going to do? And so I think there is definitely, you can feel the difference when you are in a co-write or by yourself writing, and things are coming out that are just, you can't describe where they're coming from, and there's just an energy and an ease, not necessarily an ease, sometimes it's still a struggle, but just a flow that feels like, okay, this is coming from that space. And then there are times where it's like, all right, what are we going to get down here on the paper? But I would say most of the time, yes, I do feel aware of that magic and that cosmic
woo
energy, exactly, that coming out and kind of informing what's gonna come out of our mouths and come down on the paper. And I think that with Insomnia, which you mentioned, and thank you so much for your kind words, and I'm glad it was, you listened to it in the right vibe, and that's what this whole project is about. I think, that one, it's funny, it came from an assignment. I was in a psychology class at the time, and we had to do an artistic expression assignment, and we could basically make any type of art about any kind of psychological concept. And so, of course, I had to write a song. So this one, I didn't choose Insomnia on purpose. It just sort of is what came out. And even though the task was set for me to write the song and that it was an assignment, this one definitely flowed in a way that was not, it wasn't intentional, if that makes sense. It just came out. I didn't set an intention to be like, here's the topic I'm writing about. It just kind of came.
What a cool project.
Yeah, totally. Shout out to Professor Garvin if he's listening. Thank you.
Shout out, Garvin. PG for the win.
Yes.
I got a couple of things here. Just be patient with me, guys. I just want to, and I got questions for you as well too. But I want to tell people that on 75 northbound on mile marker 269 in Georgia, there's an accident backup. There's a 10 to 15 minute delay, guys. Just be careful out there while you're on the roads on this long 4th of July weekend.
Elena, write a song about it. Quick, go.
But
yeah. On it.
Yeah, but Elena, the idea, first of all, kudos to you for reminding everybody out there that no matter how talented or established or how much you think you know, it never hurts to also be in a classroom. That we always keep learning, we always keep kind of putting that together. The second thing is the fact, do you think that the strictures of that classroom, of the assignment, actually made it easier to write the song? Because it's like, I got to let it go. I got to do the thing I was told to do, so I'm going to make this work as well as I can and find the freedom in the box as opposed to try to break outside the box.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to put it, and that's exactly how I felt. It was like, all right, I have this thing I got to accomplish that actually gives me freedom and joy to just let what comes out come out.
The let what comes out, I resonate with that because I've said before, we moved out to the woods a couple of years ago, Elena, and I had never not lived in the city or suburbia, and my writing changed exponentially being out here because it's just something about going outside and being, as I call it, my little cosmic download. All of a sudden there's a song in your head. Like, where did that come from? That wasn't me. I mean, it's, inspired for sure, but I definitely resonate with the flow piece. Okay, I want to talk about, because you were in maybe April, a vocal group, versus now being a solo artist. And I'm curious your take, not that one's better or worse, they're obviously just very different. I've always only been a solo artist, worked with a band, but it's different players every time. And I've said a lot lately, now that I'm an old decrepit lady, that I'm like, if I could go back and do it differently.
Lindsay.
Back in my day. No, it was like, if I could go back and do it again, maybe I would have been in a band, or at least started that way, just for to have the camaraderie. The camaraderie happens on stage no matter what, and collaboration, but not having to have everything on your own shoulders, I guess is what I'm saying. If you're when you were in with maybe April, it's like, it's not all on you. But now it's all on you, which is also a positive thing. But just talk a little bit for our listeners who don't understand the difference in being in a vocal group versus now you're out there on your own. There's a different raw vulnerability to it.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great question. I am really glad that I started as a group. I was 18 when I moved to Nashville, and so I think if I had been doing my own solo thing, I think I would have felt a lot more lonely, a lot more lost. I might have wasted more time just trying to find myself and figure it all out. And so I think having that support and having that friendship when I started was really important for me later to have the confidence to do it by myself. Being on the road was so much more fun. Some of my best memories are just being on the road, driving for 12, 18 hours, being exhausted, but we had a whole system. One person drives, the other person keeps them awake, the third person sleeps in the back, rotate. We had a whole system, and it was just, we were young, and it was.
And then you played a show.
Yes, exactly. One time, actually, speaking of being in this class, one time I couldn't leave. We had a show in New York, and I couldn't leave until 9 p.m. the day before. So my bandmates picked me up from school at 9 p.m., and we drove overnight to New York City from Nashville. I mean, that's insane, but it was fun, in the moment it was fun, and it was crazy, and it was like, I'm so glad that I had that experience with those girls and that we were able to be there for each other and support each other in that way. And now being older and being more confident to do it on my own, there are absolutely benefits to that as well. I don't have to ask anyone else for what I want to do. I can just do it the way I want it, and that's great too. And I think back then I needed that collaboration. I needed that, talk back to figure out which direction to go. And now, having had that experience, I have a little bit more freedom. But sometimes it feels more lonely, and I wish I had somebody to say, hey, what do you think about this? So that's when I call my dad.
Aww. Love that.
It's
call me, Elena.
Well,
okay, perfect. I will.
There's an expression a lot of people in trucking have that actually is really makes this relatable, in the sense that even if you are a solo operator, you're only as good as your partners. And people always forget. Lindsay loves to talk about process in this way, that she wants more people to be aware of how the sausage gets made, the mechanics of what it is. When somebody can sing something like Insomnia and make it sound like, I just thought it up and did it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there really is the best songs, unless you're talking about progressive rock albums of the 1970s, need to sound like, we just woke up one morning, we just cut this hit, you know?
I woke up like this.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, it took 30 years.
But yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, is the fact that, so I would ask you a question on a personal, if you talk about calling your dad, I'd love to hear that, by the way, who your partners are. And I don't mean who you're playing with, but I mean in regards to making the operation that is you work, who do you really rely on? How do you make all of this work for yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really is. My dad is my foundation, my base. He was a musician way back in the day before I was born. He still is. You never aren't a musician once you start, but not practicing anymore. And so he's been so wonderful for me, just as far as he gives me all the time of day, which I just so appreciate. I'm I'm very fortunate to have a parent, and my mom as well, but my dad is more of the like action task oriented guy. So he's really a big base for me. I talk with my husband a lot. And then also just other musician friends. I have a friend, Madeline Kelson. She's an excellent artist. Definitely recommend checking her out. She and I kind of, as solo artists, will often turn to each other for advice or just to bounce things off of each other. We play shows together, so we don't have to go out there on the road alone. So I would say it's mostly family, honestly, and then a few artist friends who we kind of watch each other's backs and help each other out.
Well, and having that from the get go, you find out who your friends are is a great song, but also a great just a life metaphor in general. Especially as, and I'm not going to play the male female card, but except that I am. You're navigating spaces that, of course, are historically dominated by male artists here in the country scene, and we had years ago that stupid DJ that made the whatever the tomatoes. Yeah, the tomatoes kind, whatever, But I feel like that's sort of gone. But I want to get your take, because I'll tell you this. I had an epiphany recently when I threw out the window, okay, yes, maybe I focus for too long, or I'm a female, or I'm getting older. And I think we get in our heads. There's a lot of very powerful artists that you guys know, names I won't say, but a lot of female artists who have lost their voices later in life. And I know this because my friend is a vocal coach to a lot of them. And what I came to find out, Elena, I think, my take is that I think females start to lose their voice later in life, but it's strictly a confidence thing, because we have it in the back of our head. I'm aging. I'm probably aging out.
Yeah.
And you're young, so this doesn't apply to you, but it's always probably in the back of our head subconsciously.
Sure.
But I think it's a confidence thing. And once we throw it out the window, like we're throwing genre out the window, once we throw age, race, male, female, whatever out the window, and realize songwriting is literally a thing you can do on your deathbed. I mean, it is a job we can do till the day we die. And once you claim power to that, I think you're good. You're golden. It's like nothing else matters. Yeah. Is that something
agree.
that you, navigating this world in the entertainment business and your age, have you been able to sort of mentally take power back and be like, this is what I'm here to do. There's no backup plan. So move, bitch, get out the way. Do you feel that?
Yes, absolutely. No, that's such a great observation. And I think, I'm a new mom now, so there's that
Congratulations
as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. And that's a whole nother thing is, as a woman in the music industry, like, oh, she had a baby, so now she's done, or like that, fighting so hard against that as well. And I think, there's absolutely a power in taking that back and just saying, screw it, I don't care what other people are going to think or what society has put on me in this, and to just go out and do it. And it's maybe cheesy, but, music is the universal language, right? Like you said, you can write songs on your deathbed. There are songs I don't even know, they're in a different language. I don't know what they're saying, but I can feel what they're saying, or I can understand the message that's trying to get across. And I think that when you remember that music is everywhere, in everything, for everyone, that can bring back a lot of confidence and power and beauty in music when we get in our heads about all that other stuff and about getting older, especially as a woman in the music industry, and getting older, being a mom, all the things that are required of us or asked of us. And so I'm, navigating that is hard, but it is also empowering just to remember this is why we do this. The music is why we do it.
Yeah, and just a real quick story that will make you feel good and laugh. I've talked about this a lot on the show today because I performed at the Country Music Hall of Fame last night, and
it was a big deal. She did great, by the way.
It was a big deal.
Huge deal. That's amazing. Congratulations.
But to your point, thank you. To your point of the congratulations on having a baby. And what was funny, last night I performed one of the guys I sang with, which was Marcus Hummin, who wrote tons of hits, but including he wrote Born to Fly with Sarah Evans. And he was telling the story on stage last night that when he and Daryl Scott went in to write with Sarah, they weren't getting anywhere. He said she would normally artists, he said, will show up and they'll be all dolled up, especially the younger ones. He said they showed up to write with her. She was in like sweats. She had just had a baby. She was in sweats and sort of dolled down. And he said they just weren't getting anywhere on a song. And she got a phone call and she went away to take the phone call. And Marcus said he and Daryl sat there and Daryl goes, well, this isn't going well. And they're like, it's okay. Just take a breath. He said, and then she came back from the phone call and she was crying. And he said, well, what happened? She goes, well, that was the president of my label. And Marcus thought, oh, crap, she's getting dropped. Our time here is worthless. And he said, well, what did he say? And I won't say the name of the label exec, but I will say it here. Sure. Call me. No, he said, he said, well, now you've had the baby, time to lose the weight. Oh. And this is the moment everybody boos.
Boo.
Yeah. And so Marcus said, and here's the power move right here, Elena. This will make you feel good. And to my point, this is why you align with people who are there for you. Marcus said, in that moment, he picked up the phone and they ordered 2 large pizzas. And they had them delivered, he said, and then we wrote Born to Fly, which was a number 1. Take that, bitches. So, like, I feel like, to your point, you align with people who are there for you. And I think when you own it, like, I had a baby, just keep owning everything. We used to hide things. And I think maybe this is a positive piece of social media because we can put our lives out there and when it's used positively and say, I had a baby, I gained weight, whatever it is, be like, but listen, I'm still me, I'm still making music, and it's probably better now because I have more stories to tell.
Yes, I know. I love that story, and it's such a, like you were saying, such a good example of just letting go and just saying, screw all those other people, I don't care, I'm going to just be me, and that's when the freedom comes to make something awesome. So I love that story. Thank you for sharing it.
Yes, go order 2 pizzas, Elena, and write a number 1.
Yes, I will.
By the way, we got a chance to do an early listen to our friend's upcoming EP, Dusk. It's set for release on July the 18th. Just a remarkable piece of work, by the way. Okay, so we got a chance to talk to Gary Graff in the last half hour, who's one of the most celebrated music journalists in the world. He wrote 2 books, 501 Essential Albums of the 80s, 501 Essential Albums of the 90s. So I'm going to buy you a little bit of time here and not just ask the question point blank. If I was going to ask you to pick 3 or 4 albums that you've listened to from the 90s that you still kind of go back to for inspiration, and then let you take it a little forward, by the way. One
or 2000s based on what inspired you growing up.
But the idea is to kind of return there. And the follow-up is, but you can also expand that a little bit. What is on the nightstand? What is on the playlist? What do you always go back to and be like, how can I steal a little bit more from that? Because that's where it's at.
Oh, my gosh. Great question. Let me think.
I hope it's hardcore gangster rap.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
you listen to my music. You get it.
Yeah, I get it.
You can change your mind 5 seconds from now. I mean, you can.
While she's thinking about that, let me tell you that July 18th, while the record comes out that day, she will also be at the 5 Spot in Nashville for the EP release of East Nashville, the 5 Spot, which is one of the coolest, best venues in Nashville. So be there. I will be there. Okay. Did that buy you time to figure it out?
Yes. Okay. Well, one that comes to mind is I just looked it up to see. It's a 2001 release.
Good enough.
So it's
Close
not
enough.
quite 90s, but. And this is going to sound hilarious because it's so not in my genre, but the Ben Folds album, Rock in the Suburbs.
Oh, my God. It's
Come
amazing.
on.
That's an amazing album.
Give the women a prize.
That makes sense, actually. That makes sense because there's a kind of existential sadness that ripples through a lot of those songs.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. Storytelling.
Absolutely, man.
Yes. So much storytelling. I mean, still fighting it. Rock in the Suburbs, obviously. The Luckiest. I mean, come on. There's so many songs on there. Yeah, same. So that's one that I always come back to. I love Ben Folds, and that there's not a skip on that album. So that would be one.
Elena, I sang The Luckiest at a funeral and Still Fighting It at a wedding. So that just that
wow,
that
that's
speaks
like
volumes. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I love that. That's cool.
By the way,
That's really cool.
By the way, guys, my little nephew, 8 years old, thinks the Battle of Who Could Care Less, another Ben Folds song, is one of the funniest things he's ever heard in his life. And he actually asked me, he says, "Is it bad to be dressed up like The Cure?" I said, "It will never rest fighting the Battle of Who Could Care Less." Absolute genius. Absolute genius, man.
I love it. Oh, that's so great. Wow. I mean, I also love that, you know, these artists that maybe might be considered like in the past now, that there's a how old did you say he is? 7?
He's 8 years old. 8 years old. I've got this great idea. I mean, it's just the best song. One of the fun. It's like in the idea that, like I said, your song Insomnia, the idea that we can actually. The song is written in a way that we can hear you wrestling with sleep in the same way, in a very different way from the Bare Naked Ladies Insomnia song, Who Needs Sleep. It's such a different way to kind of deal with it. It's a beautiful song, by the way. Just want to let you know that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Lena, let's do a lightning round with you real quick.
Okay.
Dream duet partner that's alive. Let's say that's alive.
I'd love to do a duet with, you know, Charlie Worsham.
Yeah.
I know that's, yeah. I love him so much. We did one of his songs at our wedding, and he's the first that comes to mind right now at the stage that I'm in my life.
And he just won Musician of the Year at the CMA, so that would be a good, and that's doable. That's an attainable one. So
you got it.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah, we'll call him. Okay, if you could teleport to any stage, which is your dream stage that you would want to play on?
Ooh, cool. I'd love to play the Ryman.
Yeah, same.
Our listeners are noticing a pattern, by the way, but continue, Lindsay.
And finally, favorite writing spot in Nashville? Or anywhere. Favorite place to write music?
That's a really great question.
Oh, great question. This is going to maybe sound lame, but I'm going to say in my bedroom.
That's not lame.
Hey,
that's where the magic happens, baby.
Exactly. It's a lot of times it's like midnight, and I'm like, I got to sleep. No, but I can't. I have this song in my head, and I got to get
Insomnia. Insomnia.
By the way, it's such a powerful place that Brian Wilson actually turned it into a song. Don't ever think that in my room is not a place where you can go. I mean, that's a place where you should make all that stuff happen.
I mean, your husband might be like, please be quiet. I'm trying to sleep. But other than that, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what guest bedrooms are for.
Elena Stacy has joined us this morning.
That's exactly
right. Please, guys, the upcoming EP Dusk, it drops on July the 18th. A lot of groovy stuff coming very, very soon. Check out the entire trilogy, by the way. You can find her at elenastacy.com, on the Book of Face at Elena Stacy Music, Elena Stacy on the Gram of Instas, and on YouTube at Elena Stacy ? No, I'm kidding, Elena Stacy. And then Elena Stacy on the X, formerly known as Twitter. We love having you here. Promise us you'll come back again.
I would love to. Thank you so much for having me.
Please come back for the final installment. And also, Elena, we're launching a show at the end of next month called We Should Write, about the healing power of writing. Will you please be a guest on that show?
Ooh. I would love to. Please, please. That would be amazing.
Yay. Done. Have the best day. Yay. Go kiss that baby and husband for us, and tell your dad we said hi.
I will. Thank you both so much. It was so great to speak with you again.
You too. Bye, friend.
Oh, always like a good fan of you and I are big fans of our dads, and of course, and that hit me in the feels, man. When she said that, the idea, I got to call my dad. I got to call my dad. You got to make that precious every day, guys. If you got a dad and they're still with us, call him. Do it today.
I'm gonna go call my dad on this commercial break. He's picking me up to go to the airport today, so I'll call him to tell him I need a favor.
He woke me up an hour earlier this morning. Not your dad, my dad.
Oh, I was like, that's weird.
Since 1974, Bennett's been treating owner-operators and drivers like family. And Bennett has some of the top revenue earners in the industry and top-notch discounts and a nationwide network of freight opportunities and a team to help you grow your business. Opportunities are endless with the Bennett family. Open deck, heavy haul, dry van, government teams, driveway, RV towaway, toter, and hotshot. Lease to Bennett and join a family of dedicated professionals who take pride in their work.
We drive trucks.
The Bennett family of companies. Drive, the number 4, Bennett.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
We are back with more Road Gang Radio live on RadioNemo.com, iHeartRadio, and streaming on YouTube. Jimmy, Lindsay, take it away.
Just an upcoming reminder with whatever big news event that is actually rolling into people's feeds these days, for everyone out there to be really, really careful and monitor what they say. By the way, I got so many emails like that when I was working at a more corporate environment. I got to tell you, Lindsay, there was a moment when I just was always tempted to kind of write back in the Lindsay knows me, and the people who work with me know me. I'm in an earlier life, I should have been wearing some kind of derby hat and basically standing up for the IRA. That's probably who I was in a previous life before. I probably am the reincarnated soul of some sort of Irish terrorist from 1917. I'll just leave
That makes sense.
And leave it simply at that. And I have to tell you, Lindsay, since we've made this move to this new platform, you can hear us on iHeart like Long Haul Paul does. You can be like Trucker Bosun and our good friend Bruce Almighty and all those folks that listen on the Tube of You. Rebecca Brewster, by the way, is always waking up bright and early to tell everybody in the Resistance good morning over at Facebook.com. Rebecca's not a member of the Resistance. She's got no. She keeps her distance. We know, Rebecca. We know. But
I know her.
But I will tell you, Lindsay, the move to this platform with all of its sort of do-it-yourself and owner-operator sort of situations, I like it better here. I won't lie to you.
Feels freeing.
I'll tell you right now. I mean, I think they got a great lineup over there, over on the previous platform. People that fit in just perfectly, perfectly over there with that sort of atmosphere. And we wish them all the best and all the luck. But I got to tell you, Lindsay, straight up, I like being able to do what I want, when I want, talk to the people that I want, talk to my friends out there.
I do what I want to do, say what I want to say, live how I want to live, play how I want to play, dance how I want to dance, kicking a suck up in Adam's Family.
Absolutely. And I will tell you, and I really want to thank all of our friends out there who are on the Tube of You, on the Book of Face, listening on iHeart as they make their way across the country, as our good friend Long Haul Paul, who will return in a much more formal setting. Thank you for your first phone call. 10 Ring, we're still looking for you. We've seen you jump in the conversations. We know you're out there lurking. We'd love to hear from you. But the idea also, Lindsay, and I can't wait for you to get in town, but the idea that Brad Bentley can stop into the studio. And we got a couple of phone calls here. We'll get to them in a moment. But that Brad Bentley can just stop in and say good morning.
Anybody can. Come on
love
by.
That anybody that wants to can stop on in and be here and a part of it. It isn't like, I'm sorry, Dre, I'm not picking on Ocean Springs. It's a beautiful town. But I'm going to be really blunt about that, too, since we're being honest here. The idea that it's like, hey, why don't you drive off the interstate to some place in the middle of nowhere that nobody knows anything about and then try to somehow find a way through a small town to get to where you need to go. And by the way, once you're here, there's a day's worth of stuff here to do, and then it's over with. And I know I'm picking on Ocean Springs, and there's wonderful people there, and they do great things, and there's a casino. God bless them all. I like being where the road gang started. I like Lindsay being where country music really kicked off. I like that. I like being in the action. I like it here. I like it here. I like it here. That's all I got to say. 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO, Dre.
Hey, man, I don't live in Ocean Springs, so it's all good. I like it here, too.
I know you do, and it's really fun. By the way, what a great payoff for Dre, the idea that, when you're not shooting for just good enough, you actually were able to make it good enough, that he actually made it here on time and actually earlier than he thought he would, even though he had big car trouble this morning, because he got up at the crack of dawn to make sure that he could be here early, and when he couldn't be here early, he was on time. That's how it works. Who do we got on the phone?
Oh, well, I was going to say, hey, I get to burn other people's gas, but I had to pay for the gas. Trucker Bosun! What's going on? Welcome to the new format from Georgia. He wants to give you props, Lindsay.
Well, please, go on, Trucker Bosun. Prop me.
Prop her up.
Good morning, Trucker Bosun.
Hey, Lindsay, I gotta give props to the old boy last night. I would not have had the cojones. and you heard my song for Penny Lane for our anniversary.
I did. You
I had the cojones.
You might have. So what he's referencing, if you're just tuning in, when I performed last night at the Hall of Fame, there was a guy in the audience who yelled out at the very end. We were almost done with the show, and he said, "Lindsay," and so we stopped the show. We saw what he had to say, listened to what he had to say, and he said he had written a song for his wife for their 8th year anniversary. And I said, "Are you a songwriter?" He said, "No, ma'am." And I said, "Well, come on up." And he asked if he could come up and play it with our band. They listened to him sing and they followed along. He had Toby Keith's drummer, Blake Shelton's and the Voice House Band's guitar player, Rodney Atkins, an Emmy Award-winning fiddle player, guys who have played with everybody, and they were so kind. We had this conversation last night, Tucker Bosen and Jim, you'll appreciate this. I was talking with members of the Hall of Fame last night, and we were swapping stories of the most successful people we know that are also kind. That was the through line. And what Tony Arata said last night to me, he goes, "You know what I've come to find," and he works day in and day out with Garth Brooks, who was very kind. He said, "What I've come to find is the more successful you are, for the most part, the kinder you are." He said, "That's the through line that I see and that I know. And if that's not the case, walk out the door." But so Trucker Bosen, to me, that was, the fact that we were all like, of course, if you're going to be ballsy enough to take your shot to hop up at the Hall of Fame, we're going to let you. And it created a moment for that person. That it also created a moment for me. I love that I got to be a part of that guy's history-making moment for him and his wife and his life. So kudos to him.
It's why you and I are friends, Lindsay, because you know how, and people, it sometimes drives certain people crazy that it's like, yeah, they're here, get them on. Let's get that guy on right now. Let's get that gal up here. Let's just make this happen. My brother has this really great theory, Trucker Bosen, that he is a spotlight hog, but he's such a lover of the spotlight that he wants other people to enjoy it too. So while he wants to be in the middle of it, he wants them to make the spotlight a little bit bigger so we can grab some more people and get them up in there. And that's a really great feeling when you're like, I want to be here, but I want you here with me too, because it's too much fun.
There's room for everybody.
There's too much fun to be had up here. And if you're not here, we're not having as much fun as we possibly could have. I think the next time that we're in an audience together, Lindsay, on the stage, and Trucker Bosen's out there,
Hey, Garth, put me in, Coach.
We're gonna grab you and pull you up there, man. We're gonna make it happen.
Trucker Bosen, if you're ever in the crowd when I'm performing, I will 1,000% force you. I will pull you up whether you feel like you have the cojones or not. We getting you up, brother.
Matter of fact, if you're listening and you're in the audience,
you guys have already convinced me to enter 3 of my songs into that American Songwriter contest.
Awesome.
Great. Awesome. You know what? And you've already... Trucker Bosen, I don't mean this in a Pollyanna way. I mean this legitimately. Who cares what happens? You've made the decision. Now do it. Who cares if you win? It doesn't matter, or what comes of it. It literally does not matter. The fact that you're doing it, putting yourself out there, that's the catalyst to start whatever is supposed to be next for you, whatever the inspiration is. So good for you. Do it, and who cares what happens after the fact? That's none of your business what happens with it. Your business is that you created it and you put it out there.
You're better than 99% of the people. A lot of people sit on the couch and they die of an aneurysm in Burbank waiting for the world to happen for them. You actually put yourself in the game. Seriously, you're done. You don't have to worry about it. You put it out there and you go on with your life.
Support.
That's what we do, man.
And if you guys wouldn't mind, today is Grandma Bosen's 77th birthday.
Aww. What's her name besides Grandma?
Diane.
Diane. Come on, everybody. Happy birthday to you.
Diane.
Happy birthday to you.
Diane.
Happy birthday, dear Grandma Bosen Diane.
Diane.
Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
Lots more. Thank you. Yeah. Amazing.
Call your grandma.
Raised 4 kids all by herself. Well, it's actually my mom, but we call her Grandma Bosen.
Granny Mama.
Yeah, she's got like 26 grandkids.
Holy moly, holy guacamole.
Grandkids, great grandkids.
That is fantastic. Trucker Bosen, we love you.
So we all call her Granny Bosen.
We love you. We love we love her too, by the way. I'm my favorite person in the world.
We celebrate both kinds.
All kinds. There you go. Thank you, Trucker B. Good to talk to you. Thanks for the heads up on the traffic conditions as well. Everybody should remember to do that. Be good, all right?
Oh, you're welcome. All right. Okay.
Bye, brother.
Don't forget, Trucking with Oida starts again up tomorrow. It's Thursdays and Fridays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. We're going to ramp that up as we get closer to July 4th. By the way, for our friends over at Oida, I will simply say that July 4th really is Independence Day. What are your 4th of July plans, Lindsay? I know your dad's picking you up to bring you to the airport. Just give people a sense of how much fun you're going to be having.
Yeah, it's going to be a balance of a trip, I will say. I'm heading to the airport today. I'm flying to Boston, and my husband will pick me up there and drive us to Cape Cod, where his family lives. This is going to be an interesting trip, though, Jim and Dre, because we booked our time to go to the Cape for next week, for the July 4th week, for our summer vacation with our daughter. And it's nice to get to go to a place that is a tourist place. I want to make it clear, my husband, we don't summer on the Cape. He is from there. His family work on the Cape. They live there full time. Two very different things.
They're friends with Captain Quint from Jaws.
Literally.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. Really are.
Literally.
Yeah.
But here's what's interesting about this trip. When we booked the trip in January, both of my in-laws were alive.
Ooh.
Now, neither one are alive. So it is going to be a very different trip. Seamus's dad passed in March, and then his mom passed very unexpectedly in April. They were not together. This is not a love story. She's actually rolling over in her grave that he one-upped her, and that he died right before her. I can say that with love because it's a joke now in the family. If you don't laugh, you'll cry. But so it's going to be a very different trip. He's there currently cleaning out his mom's apartment, and that's been obviously very difficult. But we are going back. We've already had to be there 3 times this year for funerals and family stuff. So we're going back, Jim and Dre, with equal parts. This is going to be, I think, a closure kind of trip, but we're also going to be very intentional about trying to find joy, because it's going to change. It's going to change how we do summer. We'd never thought about his mom not being here. I obviously knew she would pass at some point, but it didn't dawn on me that it would be anytime soon. Yeah. And this changes how we do summer moving forward forever. I don't know what it looks like. So we're kind of going to this. I'm not saying it's going to be the last time by any means, but
how you go will be different. How you attend.
Yeah.
That you actually are traveling under the model of both of them, or at least one of them being in the land of the living.
Yeah,
and so
correct.
whatever happens moving forward, you may return at this exact same time of year, but the incarnation of that is going to look a whole lot different.
Yeah, it's different. But that being said, we're very close. My sister-in-law is one of my also closest friends, and we're going to be staying with them for a few days as well. So we get to go. Freya gets to be with her cousins, Ollie and JoJo. So the 4th of July on the Cape is very sweet and special. It's everything you think of a small town Cape situation. And this is that movie Summer Catch. That is actually pretty stereotypical, where there's the square dance on the pier every Wednesday. There's ice cream on the pier. That we go swimming at the pond. It's just like magical childlike joy, and it's a special place. I'm gonna go watch the sunrise from the ocean and try to do some writing hopefully while I'm there, and reading. And I will be on with you tomorrow live. So I got to figure out how to work this piece of equipment you shipped me. A conversation on that later today.
Two things, by the way. You have to talk to me, but you also have to talk to the turtle. Okay, the turtle actually knows a lot about this stuff, and the turtle is nearby. But I, of course, will make myself available for all day long. All day long, I promise you.
That's a separate conversation, but hopefully I will be on the air with you tomorrow from some piece of equipment.
You will be.
But yeah, so that's how we'll be spending the 4th, probably doing some parade and picnic. And my whole goal is make sure my child and my family has fun. That's it.
Beautiful.
Speaking of tomorrow, let me kind of go through this really quickly, and then we'll get to the phones, by the way. Our good friend Dean Croak, that guy, who is going to be even more of a regular contributor on this platform than he was on the previous one. We're still ramping that up as we figure out all the stuff over here is going to be here for produce season, and, of course, any sort of 4th of July discussion that he and I have. Our friends from Canada arrive. We'll get a chance to actually celebrate, even though it's the 3rd. We'll celebrate Canada Day on that particular day with Canada Calling at 8 in the center, 9 in the east. Washington Trucking Week, and of course you know that means probably Colin Long is going to be dropping in. Chris Carosa is going to be here. He's been here before.
Why does this make me giggle so much, this guest? Hamburger history.
Yeah.
And by the way, one of the things that Claire is doing is, and part of it was you as well that kind of inspired this, is that Claire is going back through some of our older guests. We had a guy on that used to come on that Jerry Bowers and Scott Cooper and a lot of people were crazy about named Douglas Smythe, and his whole section was called The Art of the Shave. And all he did, Lindsay, was come on and talk about like really upscale shaving projects. And we used to have hamburger guys and all this stuff. Chris has been on before. He is terrific. He knows everything about the history of the hamburger.
And listen, his website, first of all, his website is hamburgerdreams.com. What a dream. But he's the author of, check this title out, y'all, author of Hamburger Dreams, How Classic Crime-Solving Techniques Helped Crack the Case of America's Greatest Culinary Mystery.
Oh, it's fantastic, dude. You're going to love him. You are going to love him.
The book title is a whole chapter. I love it.
And like I said, once again, in the spirit of what this show is becoming, because in the first half with people like Dean Croak and, of course, our friends from Canada talking about Canadian trucking issues and our friends from OIDA talking about the Hill, the second half of the show with Lindsay Lawler and myself is about how we make a life. And I can't think of a better way to make a life than to talk about how we found out who really invented the hamburger. That's pretty terrific. And then we're going to have James Fuller. I know you're excited about this, Lindsay. We're going to blow things up real good.
We're going to blow some stuff up. The American Pyrotechs Association, APA.
Which, by the way, the uneuphemistic name is Americans Blowing Stuff Up. American blowing. We cross a river on Christmas Eve and kill you.
Well, let's be real though. He is a former firefighter. He's a fireworks safety expert, but he also works in pyrotechnics. And let's be honest, he's a dude. He likes to blow stuff up, but he likes to do it safely because #balance. Blah blah blah. So that will be a fun conversation. I love fireworks. Like 4th of July is probably my favorite. I also love Thanksgiving because I get to eat and be in my sweatpants and watch football.
It's my favorite. Same. It's my favorite.
Next to that, it's 4th of July because I love fireworks. And Nashville actually has, I think, we're the third biggest, most celebrated fireworks show in the country. Nashville does an amazing job. I'm guessing Chicago and New York are 1 and 2. Maybe not. I don't know. That's a guess, but that's probably somewhat close to right.
Maybe.
Question mark. Maybe. But Nashville does something really cool. It's downtown. People are tailgating. Obviously, there's all the honky tonks. But it's set to the Nashville Symphony plays music that is choreographed to the fireworks, and you can pipe it in through your radio, whatever. Radio, do people own radios? Is that a thing? But it's really cool. I love fireworks. I love watching kids watch fireworks, even if they're scared. I love that even more. I don't like that dogs get scared, but I like when kids get scared because that's kind of fun to mess with them on that. What are each of you, Dre and Jimmy, doing for the 4th?
Well, really, really quickly, before I tell you that, I want to say that here are a couple of movies where kids watching fireworks are so worth seeing. Avalon by Barry Levinson, and of course The Sandlot, the moment where they watch all the fireworks on the 4th of July to Ray Charles's America is just knock your lights out, melt your heart, a piece of Americana like there is no other. I couldn't agree with you more, Lindsay. Watching kids be like, oh, wow. And the other one, by the way, is the fireworks from The Lord of the Rings in front of the little hobbits. It's kind of terrific. Lindsay, I am a group of my friends that I haven't seen in forever and are getting together to do our regular thing of going to pools and eating a lot of food and catching up. That's it. That's it. Phone Master, what are you doing?
I'm showing up at Jimmy's friend's house.
You're welcome to do it, by the way.
I was going to say.
You are totally welcome, by the way. One of them is going to drop by the studio tomorrow. You are totally welcome, and anybody is welcome. Just give me a call at 615-292-6366. What's that number?
That's 615-292-STALKER. I mean, 615-292-NEMO. Nemo.
Speaking of the phones, we got somebody on the phones, Lindsay.
But Dre, before we pull him on, what are you doing for the 4th? Will you be with the chillin'?
He's spending it with me. He's already decided.
No. Well, besides that point, I am going to be in New Orleans because the lady and I, we're always, look, you know how it is. Y'all have plans around friends and plans around family. We're going to be selfish. We're going to be here. We're going to stay at my sister's place. I think going in Thursday night, going into Friday, and just going with the flow.
We're the 9 o'clock thing that you and Brad talked about earlier. You're going to go down to the river and see the fireworks.
Exactly. We're going to ball on a budget. We're going to see whatever we can do on the free area. I don't make it rain. I make it hail. I throw pennies and quarters. You know what I'm saying?
That's
but
okay.
The game plan is get a little nibble here, go explore, go in City Park, man.
Go to the joint.
Go to the joint and the art museum. Going to check that out. Might partake in a joint or at the joint. We don't do that on this show. But listen, I'm going to get out of your way because we got Chris. He wants
Joints at joints. Joints at joints. Hey, Chris, what's happening, brother? Welcome to the show.
Peace, love, and pork.
Give you some congrats.
Yo, what's going on, y'all?
Chris is on the scene.
Hey,
what's happening?
girls.
Yeah, Chris.
Howdy.
Sorry, I said, hey, girl. My husband said I have to stop doing that it's offensive. We're all girls here, though.
Lindsay, first of all, congratulations on last night. I wish I could have been there and watched it. That would have been awesome.
I wish you could have been there too, Chris. Thank you so much. It was definitely a highlight of my career.
Unbelievable.
I can imagine so. Being with all those greats, I mean, how can you go wrong there? But secondly, one of the things that you guys have been kind of referring to off and on throughout the show, you under-promise and over-deliver. That's the key.
That is the nicest.
So much better than being the other way around.
That's absolutely the theme of both everybody we've talked to, and also the theme in regards to what we try to do here, brother. I really, absolutely, you got it.
Thank you.
You got it.
Well, years and years ago, Jimmy, you know my history in retail. I learned that premise from somebody that mentored me, and it rings true in every aspect of our life. So I want to say congratulations to everybody that does that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is an awesome thing. And by the way, there is nothing better than saying, I'm going to do something, and then you do even more than that. That is just...
Exactly right.
My brother, by the way, Lindsay, who you're going to get a chance to meet finally, because he's so much involved in planning this party that we're having on the 23rd. The moment I got him involved, I was over the moon excited. I was delighted, just stoked. Just stoked.
Under promise, over deliver. Yeah. And there's a big difference. Let me say this real quickly too, because there's a big difference in that. The under promise is not, it's not like a humble thing. It's not like, oh, I can't do anything or woe is me. It's like, I'm going to set myself up for success by not overly setting myself up for success, kind of, you know what I mean? Same. That's what I felt like last night. I'm like, this is a big undertaking. I'm going to take it on, but I have low expectations is the wrong term, but also a little bit in that. Like I think if your expectations are too high, it takes you out of the moment, perhaps. And so it's like, I'm going to do the best I can. But that minute you show up, that minute we go on air, that minute you walk on stage, the deal is done. So now just be there and enjoy it and let the magic happen and have people like you, Chris, call it. Whoever shows up, shows up. We can't control where conversations go on this show, but we can control the feeling we have and the output we have. And so I appreciate you picking up on that. I think we're subconsciously, that's what we're trying to do. And I'm glad that you got it, that it was conveyed, Chris. So thank you for the call.
Well,
thank you for listening.
Not a problem. But, I've been performing in front of audiences my entire life. I told you once before, I have been in music forever and a day. I have sung every type of music you can think of, except for, some of the, rap and all that kind of stuff. I have been I've spoke in front of a group of people many times, and I try very hard to do what I said, under promise, over deliver. And it has never failed me.
I'll tell you this, too, and this actually ties in, I love this too, Lindsay, is to figure out what you have available and maximize what it can do as opposed to hoping. You know what I'm saying, Lindsay? The idea of like hoping for more. That when you hope for more, what ends up happening is that you end up getting less because you're focused on what you don't have rather than what you do. When you say, okay, what do I have to work with here and how can I make that the absolute maximized best it could be? I think that makes a difference. The idea, I don't have lights. Okay, so what can we do to solve that problem as opposed to be upset that I don't have lights, or like big lights to kind of put a spotlight on. What can I do? And I think that solving that problem...
You said lights or likes?
Both. I never get enough lights.
By the way, Lindsay, when your program starts in earnest, I will be calling in because I have in my head right now 2 songs that I'm trying to get wrote.
Okay.
Well, that show is about tapping in. That show.
We
is
should write, right?
That show is about tapping in, my brother.
Exactly.
I love that you're doing that. Keep encouraging. And I think that's another, outside of the premise with the show We Should Write, which launches July 23rd from New Orleans live. And I have an exciting announcement, I think, about who's going to be on with us. But the deal in that, it's not that we're trying to convince somebody to go out and write a book or write a song or do this for a living. If we inspire that, great, kudos. It's more about, and you'll back me up on this, Chris, and any driver listening who submits song ideas. I get song ideas from truck drivers all the time, which which I love. You see stuff that I don't, so thank you. Please keep sending it. I'll give you 10% because 10% of 0 is 0. So, hey, we're all winning. But, Chris, the deal is that I'm just so passionate about the idea. We need to write. We need to get our you-know-what out, because if not, it will come out in the most inopportune times in the form of tears or cancer, quite frankly, at risk of sounding dramatic. I think you got to get your stuff out or else it festers. So good for you for writing, for taking your emotions and your experiences and putting them to song or however it works for you. I 100% support you and would love to have you on the show. So yes.
Absolutely. And in that, I got to go. I'm at my receiver. So everybody have a great day, and I'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you so much, Chris.
brother.
I have a really great line for you, Lindsay. I can't wait to say that I knew you when. You know why?
Why?
Because when I say I knew you when, it means we're both successful.
Oh, fair.
That's the good part. I get to say
Everybody wins.
Yeah, because I mean, Lindsay and I are not crazy about that statement. I've actually come to kind of a peace about it, where it's like, because when somebody says, "I can't wait to say I knew you when," it's like, which means I'm not there yet.
Although I do like Jimmy. I like yes, we hate that when people say that. Oh, I can't wait to when you're famous. I'm like, listen, I'm already famous in my mind, so we good, brother. But the idea of changing it, Jimmy, and put a comma after you. I knew you when. Add a comma and a question mark. I don't know why I feel like that. I mean, obviously it changes it. I don't know what it means, but I like it better.
I do, and I've told you my little rejoinder is that I remind myself that people really want to be a part of something when it's just starting out. People want to be able to say, yeah, you might like that band, but do you have a bootleg copy of their tape of their concert at the American Legion Hall in 1989? No, you don't. I do.
Nerd alert. Yeah, you might like that show we should write, but did you call about it before it even aired? I did.
I did.
Chris.
And by the way, I love those people, man, because as somebody said to me once, 24 people attended David Bowie when he was Ziggy Stardust that first night. And suddenly, it's really funny. There's a football cornerback named Pat Terrell, who was the one that knocked down the pass in the famous Catholics versus Convicts game. He said, there is no way that the corner end zone of Notre Dame Stadium could fit 90,000 people in it. And he said, but everybody.
Somehow everyone says they were there.
He's like, man, everybody was there. I was there. I was in the third row when that happened, when that went down. I only have one of those, by the way. I can't wait to say I knew you when, Lindsay, because when I say that, it means we're sitting pretty. We're sitting pretty.
We close, baby. The Ziggy Stardust thing is funny because I wonder, Jim, how many people were actually there. The number is 24, as David Bowie recalled, I think. But how many people that are saying they were there are lying about it, or how many people actually think they were there that were not? Because I remember it's a whole different show and topic, but there are people who say that were there that weren't there that think they were there.
The Mandela effect, my sister.
Yes.
The Mandela effect, my sister. And there are people who remember one thing and don't realize it was something else. But I was there, man. You don't know. You weren't there. I was there. By the way, half the people there for that show that night did not know it was David Bowie. That's the other priceless thing. They just thought it was some strange band called Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. This is all true stuff, guys. You can look it up.
All true stuff.
Just
to close to my last thing about playing the Hall of Fame last night, because Marcus Hummin told a couple stories, and he said, I've been telling these stories for 20 years. He said, so now I'm going back to the artists, the Dixie Chicks, Tim McGraw, Wynonna, Sarah Evans. He said, I've started going back to those artists and asking, is this actually how it happened? Because I've been telling it for 20 years. And he said, so far, most of it has been correct, or they've helped me on a few, and we've kind of restructured the story. I'm like, that's a cool part of the story, too, to now 10, 15, 20 years later be like, let me see if I actually have these details correct.
watch this, Lindsay. So the first time I ever met Lindsay Lawler, we were actually doing the show at Matt's, and I raced over, and Lindsay was holding this baby, and I said, can you put that baby down and come over here? We need somebody to sing the national anthem. And Lindsay never met me before. She just raced over, grabbed a microphone, and sang it.
I dropped the baby on the ground and grabbed a mic. Listen, a mic will always win over a baby in my life.
And that's
grab the mic, drop the baby. Lindsay Lawler for president.
And that's the story, and we're sticking to it. This has been Road Gang Radio, all part of RadioNemo.com. Head on over there, listen to us on 365, iHeartRadio, YouTube, and the Book of Face, Audacity, and many other places yet to come. Thank you, LaRue.
So fun to be here, guys. We will see you tomorrow live again for Road Gang Radio, 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Central. Replays all day long. If you missed this, find it here. Find it on YouTube. Dre, Madison, thank you for keeping us on the ones and the twos. Get us out of here. Everybody get home safe.